Hey y'all, it's Meteorologist Erica Lopez. We are joining you tonight to cover Hurricane Nicole live with you. And yes, it is November and we are covering a hurricane landfall on the east coast of Florida. Now, this is a very rare event. This doesn't happen too often, and especially this late in the season, which makes this particular hurricane very interesting. We're just hours away from landfall here. And if we show you the current radar imagery, you can see it there on the side. The center of circulation there, or the eye of the storm, is a very long eye, but it does look like it's coming in closer to the east coast of Florida between West Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie. The rain is already starting to increase across portions of Florida from areas of Port St. Lucie, Palm Bay, even across central Florida there, from Orlando, Tampa. You're starting to get in on all of this rain that's coming into these areas. And not only rain, but also you're going to notice the winds that are going to start to pick up with here within the next couple hours. So we're going to be with you here through landfall. Damien is in the back here helping me run the stream. And if you have any questions, any concerns, I know a lot of you maybe are watching us from Florida this evening, wanting to know what's going on with this hurricane. Make sure to ask your question in the chat and I'll try to get to it as best as I can. But either way, you're seeing it there on your screen, this Hurricane Nicole, which was recently a hurricane just a couple of hours ago. And now the National Hurricane Center will start to issue advisories on the storm every hour until landfall. So we're going to get a better picture of exactly where it's located, what the winds are every hour before it makes landfall. So let's give you the current stats right now and where it stands. So let's put that tropical tracker on. And of course, you can track this if you have the MyRadar app, which I know a lot of you watching us do. And if you're watching us through the app, you can also join the conversation on our Facebook page, on our YouTube. If you do have any questions, I'll be looking on those social media platforms for your questions on there as well. But let's give you a quick update on what's going on with Hurricane Nicole. As it stands right now, just right off the east coast of Florida, just south of Port St. Lucie, with wind gusts of up to 75 miles per hour. The threshold for a Category 1 hurricane is 74 miles per hour. So this is definitely a Category 1 hurricane. It did make landfall earlier this afternoon in the Grand Bahama, there in the Bahamas. And this is actually the latest hurricane landfall they've had on record here. And it's been years since they've seen this kind of storm over that area. So definitely historical here with this hurricane season. This is the 8th named storm of the hurricane season, or the 8th hurricane of this 2022 hurricane season, and the 14th named storm. And on average, usually the Atlantic hurricane season has about 14 named storms and 7 hurricanes. So we're right around average, at least in terms of the Atlantic hurricane season. And of course, this is possibly going to be the second hurricane that has made landfall in Florida for the 2022 hurricane season. Now, this time on the east coast of Florida. So definitely a lot to take in with this specific hurricane. But again, we're watching this because the surge already, even before this was even close to making landfall, we were already seeing all sorts of damage across Florida's east coast, from even portions of Daytona Beach all the way up into Florida's north coast and all the way down into portions of South Florida. So this has really churned up the ocean here, and a lot of rain and water is coming into these areas. This is why we have those storm surge impacts. But let's give you a better picture of what's going to happen here over the next several hours. So let's take it to WSI. And as you can see, this is just another radar imagery of what Hurricane Nicole looks like now. The center of circulation, or the center of the storm, very long here, and it's just miles away from making landfall in portions of Florida's east coast. But take a look at all that rainfall that's already accumulated here over the past couple of hours. So I would say this is 24 hours here, but you can see a lot of rainfall. We are watching for the potential of flooding risks over the next several hours. And let's take a look at those overall rainfall totals for the next 3 days. So you can see the center of, or central Florida, you might see the most rainfall from this storm system on top of what you've already seen throughout what has been 2 days here, with 5 to 7+ inches of rainfall possible within the zone. So that's why we're worried about the localized flooding threat, and even the St. Johns River there. We might see the river even overflow here over the next several hours. And this also happened with Hurricane Ian. So with all the water that fell earlier in the year, and then on top of even more rainfall that's going to increase in nature as we head into the overnight hours, we are very worried about the flooding threat here. The other thing we're also worried about is the wind threat. Now, in that red shaded area you're seeing on your screen there, that is hurricane force winds. That is from Titusville all the way down into Port St. Lucie, with 74 to 110 mile per hour winds possible. I don't think it'll get that high, but we definitely will see hurricane force winds over that area. pretty much for all of Central Florida, including Daytona Beach, Orlando, and just to the west of Port and St. Lucie. This is where you're going to see tropical storm force winds between 58 to 73 miles per hour, 39 to 57 mile per hour elsewhere. So I'm talking about you guys in Fort Myers, Tampa, Jacksonville. And I know a lot of these communities, you're still recovering from what happened with Hurricane Ian. So this is why we're watching the storm system very closely. Now let's check in and take a look at what the winds are doing right now. So as you can see on your screen, we're already starting to see 50 mile per hour wind speeds across Florida's central coast there, and then across portions of South Florida, 44 mile per hour wind gusts being reported in Fort Pierce, and then all the way into Orlando. So that's where we're located. If you're new to watching our stream, we're located in Orlando, Florida. We're already starting to see 44 mile per hour wind gusts or speeds over this area, even as we are heading towards the midnight hour here. So let's actually time out the winds, and I want you to visualize this because these are future wind gusts. So this is the highest wind that you may potentially see with Hurricane Nicole. And this is over the next hour or so. You can see 60 mile per hour winds possible from Fort Pierce to Vero Beach, all the way up into Melbourne and even the Space Coast, Cape Canaveral. Of course, the SLS launch delayed until Wednesday because of the storm system that's moving through here. But these are, again, the highest potential wind speeds that you'll see with the storm. So within the next hour or so let's actually push this forward. You can see the wind speeds are going to be well into the 50s and 60s, even into 2 a.m. this morning. And then they're going to start to increase in nature. So you can kind of see where the center of the storm is and then how we're still seeing 50 mile per hour wind gusts. So these are tropical storm force winds still affecting portions of the east coast of Florida well into 6 o'clock this morning, and then into portions of Central Florida. So you're seeing it there, Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando. I think the strongest winds will be in the early morning hours. And then as we play this out, you can see some of even 66 mile per hour wind gusts possible in Orlando by 7 a.m. So this is going to create, of course, power outage issues. That's something that you need to be prepared for if you're watching us this late in the evening. And take a look at what happens throughout the rest of your Thursday morning. We're still seeing those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts all across Florida's east coast and even in portions of Central Florida. And then as we head towards the afternoon hours tomorrow, areas like Gainesville, Jacksonville, this is when you're going to see the strongest winds come over your area. And of course, the wind field with Hurricane Nicole has been very interesting. It has been a very wide wind field, even stretching into portions of Georgia and even the Carolinas, where you're going to see some gusty winds here over the next several hours. So this is a very large system that's moving into portions of Florida. But I also wanted to make you aware these wind gusts are going to last at least through the early morning hours. So again, prepare for those power outages possible over this region. And take a look at the potential storm surge flooding. So we may get between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Of course, high tide occurred earlier this evening, and we're anticipating even high tide tomorrow morning. And this is where we're going to have those storm surge threats between 3 to 5 feet, especially across the east coast of Florida. And then you can even see as this storm moves inland and then possibly comes over areas of the panhandle of Florida, this is where we also have the potential of seeing storm surge even on the west coast of Florida, between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge possible over these areas. So although we are tracking the storm into the east coast, the impacts are going to be felt even across Florida's west coast. So this is something I wanted to reiterate with anybody who's watching us tonight. The impacts will also be for you guys across the west coast, especially with the storm surge. Now, something else that I think is important to mention, especially with Nicole, is the severe weather risk. Now, this is for tonight into the early morning hours. Now, this is a level 2 out of 5 in severe weather risk, but we do have the potential of seeing some of these outer rain bands rotating within these storms. So we do have the potential of seeing tornadoes, as we do with tropical systems that make landfall over this area. And this will continue into portions of the southeast coast. So we're talking about you guys in Jacksonville, Georgia, even Savannah, and all across South Carolina, North Carolina. We also have the potential of tornadoes over this area as we head into Thursday afternoon, as Nicole turns into portions of the southeast. So a lot to pack in with this. I know we have several impacts coming for portions of Florida and even stretching into portions of the southeast coast. And as this pushes into portions of the southeast and the mid-Atlantic, the rain is also going to be affecting portions of the northeast. So this is going to be a storm system that we're going to be tracking well into the weekend, and possibly those impacts continuing over these regions. So let's time it out here and show you these impacts, because look at this. So this is heading into the next hour or so. I think this is a little bit behind. I think we might get landfall a little bit earlier, but either way, you can see how some of that rainfall starts to increase, especially over portions of central Florida and then across Florida's north coast. Some of those individualized storms, this is where we have the potential of seeing tornadoes within within what is Nicole. And then as this comes over portions of Florida's west coast there, as you can see, this is where we have the concern of that high tide over that area, and even the storm surge that's going to be coming over these regions. And then take a look at what happens as we get into tomorrow afternoon. So this storm starts to push into portions of Georgia and even portions of South Carolina and North Carolina. So you guys will also feel the impacts of Hurricane Nicole over this area. By this time, it will be a tropical storm, but it's still going to bring all the rainfall impacts and even possibly storm surge into Florida's, or I should say Georgia's, coastal areas and all the way into the Carolinas here. And you can see as the storm system comes up into portions of the southeast, by Friday morning, most of it will be well into the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. Atlanta, you're still going to get a lot of that rainfall early Friday morning. And then as we push this out into late Friday afternoon, most of the activity is away from the southeast and it's already in portions of the northeast. So a lot of rainfall coming for you guys because of Hurricane Nicole. So the impacts will stretch well into portions of the northeast. So again, I'll be looking for your questions here, but we're going to be with you here throughout the rest of the landfalling Hurricane Nicole, which again, it's a very historical storm, as this might be, or this is one of the latest landfalling hurricanes across the U.S. The last time this happened was in 1985, and that was with Hurricane Kate that made landfall in Mexico Beach, Florida on November 21st. So it's been years since this has happened, and this is why it's important to notice. And even across this area, I just like reading the stats on what is Hurricane Nicole, because a late season November hurricane is definitely something worth noting, and especially over Florida, where some of you guys are still recovering from Hurricane Ian. And this is why we're paying close attention to this particular hurricane, especially over Florida, as this is going to be your second landfall for the year. So let me read your questions here and get the latest stats. Let's put the MyRadar app up, Damien, and have it there on the screen. We'll see if the NHC, so the NHC will update it here within the next couple minutes. So they're doing hourly updates here with Hurricane Nicole. And as it stands right now, it does have winds at 75 miles per hour. And of course, that's the threshold you need for it to become a hurricane, as it's nearing areas of Florida's East Coast here. Our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is also out in the field. He's chasing the storm, and he'll get us good footage, good visuals of what's going on in the ground there. I think he's in Fort Pierce. I'll have to look to see where he is, but he's definitely down there anticipating or waiting for landfall as well of Hurricane Nicole on Florida's east side. So looks like the winds are starting to increase over this area, dangerous storm surge. So the NHC just updated Hurricane Nicole here. And it still has winds at 75 miles per hour. Central pressure is still at 980 millibars. So that's been consistent even through the morning, the earlier afternoon, with the minimum central pressure and the winds, maximum sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. So it looks like a sustained wind gust of 48 miles per hour, the Sebastian Inlet, and a wind gust of 66 miles per hour. Yeah, so it looks like we're seeing wind gusts between the mid 60s into 66 miles per hour with Hurricane Nicole as it's making landfall here. And again, I want to reiterate, if you don't have the alerts turned on your phone, it's very important to have those on, because especially with these kind of storm systems, we may get some severe weather warnings here over the next several hours. And it's very important, if you're under a tornado warning, that you need to be seeking shelter, especially as this makes its inland approach into portions of Florida and even across Florida's north coast here. We're already seeing a lot of this water being churned up from the last several hours across this region. So I'm starting to see some questions coming in. Somebody saying the eye wall is huge. Yeah, the wall, or the eye, or the center of the circulation of the storm, is pretty big. And as it's moving closer to Florida's east coast, I think we'll get landfall here within the next hour or so. So we're already hitting the midnight hour here on East Coast time. And we're actually located in Central Florida. So if you see here on the MyRadar app, you can see where our location is. We're right in downtown Orlando, also anticipating the effects of Hurricane Nicole. And for me personally, this is my first year in Florida. So I know a lot of you guys, maybe you're new to Florida, not particularly used to these storm systems coming into your area. So I know I had to do a lot of prep for myself here. And I know a lot of you who are new to Florida as well. Maybe this is something you've never experienced before. And so definitely being prepared is important, especially with hurricanes coming into your area. And I know a lot of rainfall has already fell over Orlando over the last several hours. Not so much wind I haven't felt here, but it's going to increase here over the next several hours as we get this landfall and then as it moves inland. And as you can see, the track actually takes it just south of Orlando and right over Lake Kissimmee and maybe even portions of Lakeland just to the east of Tampa. At least that's what the NHC is saying could be where the center of circulation or where Hurricane Nicole could be. But I think once it makes landfall, it'll weaken pretty significantly into a tropical storm. So by tomorrow morning, it'll be a tropical storm, but it doesn't mean you're not going to feel the effects. We're still going to get those tropical storm force winds coming into portions of Central Florida and even Tampa. So let's actually take a look at what's going on with the power outages. I want to see if we're starting to get any increase in those. And looks like not too many now, but let me double check here. I would anticipate these are going to go up throughout the rest of the evening. So at least as of right now, there's about 16,000 customers without power, and that's mostly on Florida's east coast and central Florida. So I would say Brevard County for sure has some power outages. St. Lucie County and Martin County, Palm Beach County also starting to get an increase in power outages here. So those numbers will go up throughout the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours. So be prepared for those power outages. I know you had several days to prepare for the storm. And I hope you guys are staying safe, especially if you're in Florida, if you're staying safe from the storm. So somebody asking about Lee Acres. So let me look up where that is. And then so Lee Acres, Florida. So you're down by Fort Myers. And that's a good question because I know a lot of people down there were concerned about what impacts you were going to feel from Hurricane Nicole. And especially after what happened with Hurricane Ian, I know it's a big concern for you guys down there. So I would say a lot of rainfall, as you can see here. So Fort Myers would be a good pinpoint over the next several hours. But I think for the most part, you're not going to get too gusty winds. The winds definitely will be gusty, but it'll be a lot of rainfall. And especially as we head towards the early morning hours. But for the most part, maybe you would have a severe weather risk down there, but otherwise, I don't think you're really going to get the bulk of the system coming into your area, but you're still going to get those gusty winds and rainfall, heavy amounts here and there throughout the rest of your Thursday. Then after pretty much Thursday afternoon, conditions improve in that area, I think. And then by the weekend, conditions will be pleasant. I actually think it's going to be a little bit cool after this storm pushes through Florida. So it's going to be how it was after Hurricane Ian. I remember it being really cold. And I was looking at the temperature forecast and looking ahead, and it's definitely going to be one of those where once this moves out, the weather is going to be pretty nice and it's not going to be as hot and humid, but you just have to wait and ride out the storm at least over the next several hours until this passes through. But I think most of the worst of the storm will be from areas across north of West Palm Beach, Fort Pierce, Melbourne, Orlando, Tampa, and even portions of Daytona, Gainesville, and Jacksonville, and even on the west coast of Florida. All of you guys just stay ahead of the storm. It'll be pretty rainy and even windy. And I wouldn't be surprised if you guys up there even got power outages. So somebody asking about, let's see. So will Fort Lauderdale be clear in the morning? I still think you have some rainfall in the early morning hours, but I would say after noon tomorrow, most of the activity will start to diminish for sure. And I also want to reiterate, we still have this severe weather risk in the overnight hours. So that does stretch all the way down into South Florida. So early this morning, you really need to be paying attention for the possibility of maybe even being under tornado warning, but also gusty winds like I was showing earlier in this map. So let's go back to this one. We can show you the wind gust here over the next several hours. So in the next hour or so, you can see winds already starting to pick up 50 to 40 miles per hour. And then as we head into early Thursday morning, you're still seeing, so these are future wind gusts. So this is the maximum winds possibly that you will see in your area. Take a look at that, 5 a.m. in the morning, Cape Canaveral, 71 mile per hour wind gust possible over that area. So most of the wind will be in Central Florida, but also stretching all the way down into South Florida there, 60 mile per hour winds possible in Orlando, and that is going to continue at least through the morning. So that's why I anticipate power outages over this area. I don't think it'll be widespread like it was with Ian. This is nothing like Hurricane Ian, but we're still watching for the impacts of flooding and those gusty winds that will make way for those power outages, but I don't think it'll be as widespread. But of course, if your house or your apartment or wherever you live is susceptible to power outages, prepared for that, especially into these overnight hours. And somebody asking about, so pretty much like I said, I think Central Florida, even portions of Tampa, like as the storm goes over water, you're still going to see those gusty winds and a lot of rain. And that'll continue at least heading into Thursday afternoon. But as you can see, we're still holding on to those tropical storm force winds well into the afternoon hours for your Thursday from portions of Central Florida, even Cape Canaveral, all the way up into Jacksonville, Daytona Beach. And then really after Thursday afternoon, most of the South Florida, you'll be free from at least the strong effects of Hurricane Nicole, and by then it'll be a tropical storm. So I only anticipate tropical storm force winds. Now, if some of you live across the southeast, this is when the winds will start to pick up. So let's actually zoom out here because I did plot these for areas across the southeast just to give you a better picture. So you can see some of these winds already starting to reach portions of Georgia and even the Carolinas. But as we push this out, the winds will start to increase over this area. So not Florida, looks like after Thursday, conditions will improve, but conditions will worsen across portions of the southeast from Georgia to the Carolinas, and then all the rainfall that's associated with the storm across portions of the mid-Atlantic. So a lot of these impacts not only affect Florida, but if you have even friends and family that live across the southeast and the mid-Atlantic, just give them a heads up. A lot of rain, wind is coming for you guys. And as it moves inland, it'll be a little weaker, but I still want to reiterate that winds and flooding will be definitely a big threat, and flooding is a huge threat, especially with tropical systems, and I don't want you to downplay that threat into the next several hours. So let's actually show you this map. So I showed you the futurecast winds, so the possibly highest winds you can see, but just to give you another better picture to visualize it better, you can see across the east coast of Florida where it's potentially going to make landfall. That's where we're anticipating those hurricane force winds. So 74 to 110 miles per hour. I don't think it'll get that high, but we may see those 74 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm. And right now it's sustained at it, but once it makes landfall, it'll quickly weaken. And as you can see across Central Florida from Orlando, Daytona, and even just to the east or to the west of Port St. Lucie, you're going to see 58 to 73 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's tropical storm force winds over that area. And then all around this region, so from Jacksonville to Tampa to Fort Myers, all the way down into Miami, you're going to see between 39 to 57 mile per hour wind gusts. Still about tropical storm force winds, so expect that heading into the next several hours. And so somebody asking about rainfall totals across the southeast. So we have this right here. And I did expand it into portions of the southeast because as the rain comes for you guys up there, so this is mostly looking at Friday into Saturday. If you're in Georgia and the Carolinas, you can see you can pick up between 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. So it's going to be a pretty pretty rainy end of the week over portions of Georgia, but most of the rainfall will fall across those coastal locations and even Central Florida. Take a look at that, 5 to 7 plus possibly plus inches of rainfall from Orlando south, and even in those isolated spots across Tampa and Gainesville, Florida's north coast there, and even into Savannah and Charleston, South Carolina. So a lot of rainfall coming across portions of the southeast. And that's something that y'all need to be prepared for. So somebody asking about chance for tornadoes. So we definitely do have a severe weather risk heading into the overnight hours, and this will actually extend into portions of the southeast and the Carolinas for your Thursday. So this says today, but this is mostly for the overnight hours, and we're talking about now at least through the morning hours. So yes, Florida's first coast all the way down into central Florida and even portions of South Florida, you're all under the risk of severe weather. So that means rotating thunderstorms within these tropical storm systems. And this is very typical. So you can see tornadoes when you have either a landfalling hurricane or tropical storm. So this is why the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting this area, because we definitely do have a chance of seeing tornadoes with these storms. And then take a look at this. So this is heading into Thursday, into the afternoon as Nicole pushes into the southeast. This is where we also have that risk of severe weather into Thursday afternoon. So that's definitely another risk factor on top of the rainfall, on top of the storm surge, on top of the rain, on top of the wind. We also have the potential of seeing tornadoes with this storm system. So with these hurricanes, this is typical especially with these types of storms. So let's see, I'm just reading your questions. And if you're joining us tonight, thank you so much. I really hope we're helping you through the storm and helping you guide you on what impacts you need to know about, especially heading into the overnight hours. I know it's late, about midnight here, Eastern time. And as the storm is making landfall, it's important to know what these impacts are. So I hope at least it's helping you out throughout the rest of the evening. Of course, we're going to be with you here throughout landfall. If you want to share this with your friends or family that are maybe in the storm and need to know what's going on, feel free to share this. And of course, if you're watching us on the MyRadar app, if you want to join the conversation, ask your questions. We're also on Facebook, YouTube, and streaming on there as well. And I'm answering your questions here live. So let's take a look at another couple questions here. So West Boca Raton, and then people are asking about Tampa. Okay, so I guess we'll show the future radar here just to give you an idea, because this is the best visual in terms of seeing what will happen here over the next several hours. So let's see. So as you can see, so I do think this is a little behind. I think we might get landfall here within the next hour or so. Looks like maybe the eye wall is starting to hit portions of Port St. Lucie, and we're starting to get some of those power outages starting to increase over this area. So we'll take a look at that here in just a couple of moments as I'm seeing it here on the app. So we have about 23,000 customers without power. And when I was looking at it just a couple of minutes ago, it was about 16. So that's definitely going up, and it's not surprising. The winds are probably picking up there, but let's walk you through this and then I'll show you what the winds are doing. And then we'll see what our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, who's out in the field chasing the storm, what he's up to. And of course, I'm going to show you the visuals that he has on the ground there. So we'll show you that in just a bit. Let's answer these questions, and then we will take a look at those other impacts that we're watching increase. Okay, so over the next hour or so, I think we're going to start to get landfall here. As you can see, a lot of that rain is starting to increase, and you're seeing a lot of rain across South Florida as well, but I think most of the impacts will occur just to the north of where Nicole, the center of circulation, is. We're still going to see a lot of rainfall down there. So I think really if you're anywhere in South Florida, just anticipate tropical storm force winds possible and even rainfall. But really after, I would say 7 a.m., especially across South Florida, you still may see the potential of severe weather over this area. But I really do think after lunchtime, most of the impactful weather from what will be a tropical storm by then, Nicole, will be out of your area. Although if you're in Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, anywhere north, really the impacts will start to worsen throughout the night. And I know here in Orlando, we're starting to get the effects of this from heavy rainfall, gusty winds, already starting to increase over this area. So I really do think the worst of the storm, especially if you live in Orlando or Tampa, will be early this morning. And then eventually, as we push into the afternoon, if you're anywhere from Gainesville, the Panhandle of Florida, Jacksonville, those impacts will start to increase. And not only that, But just from looking at this futurecast radar, we also have the potential of seeing some tornadoes with the storm. And that's definitely possible anywhere in portions of Gainesville to even Jacksonville. That's what I'm seeing here over the next several hours. So you guys just stay prepared. Have a way to receive alerts on your phone because you may be under a tornado warning, and know what to do during a tornado warning. Of course, I always say go into the most interior portion of your home if you do happen to be under a tornado warning. If you have a basement, it's the best area, but maybe a lot of you in Florida don't really have a basement. So just go into a closet somewhere that doesn't have windows and cover yourself if you happen to be under a tornado warning. That's definitely going to be possible here heading into the early morning and into the afternoon. And then as you can see, as we play this out into Thursday late evening, most of the activity, so that was a little fast, let's go back. Most of the activity will be in the afternoon and into the evening. A lot of rainfall. Wind will also start to pick up. And Georgia, you're not out of the woods with Nicole here, as you're going to see a lot of rainfall. I used to live in Atlanta, and I know I've experienced at least 3 of these tropical systems in that area. So I know a lot of you guys experience this in Atlanta as those storms make landfall and come inland. So just be prepared for a lot of rainfall and wind, also potential of power outages in this area. And take a look at this. So how expansive it is going into Friday. I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw severe weather risks heading into portions of the mid-Atlantic. You can definitely see it with those outer bands coming into portions of the Carolinas here, and maybe even that lingering rainfall into portions of the north central Florida area as Nicole pushes out. But after this, I think Friday, most of Florida will be out of the woods in terms of Nicole, and that'll all be shifted into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, where a lot of rainfall is coming for you guys. So be prepared for that. You're definitely going to need an umbrella, some sort of rain jacket heading into Friday, and that will continue even into Saturday, I think, as this pushes north, and as a frontal system pushes through this area as well. So there's a lot of elements with this storm. Not only are we seeing a historic landfalling hurricane in the month of November, but there's also blizzards happening across the northern plains. And that's really, all of that is really what is steering Nicole into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic here. So definitely interesting just to see these types of systems and how they all connect here, especially with landfalling hurricane right now in Florida. So let me read a little bit more of your questions. So somebody's saying it's pretty windy. Somebody asking about Fort Myers. Okay. If you're asking about anywhere in South Florida, I know I've been getting a lot of questions about, I know you guys concerned down there in South Florida. So let's show you that wind map just to give you a better perspective. So you can see from Miami to Fort Myers to Tampa, between 39 to 57 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's tropical storm force winds. Really not anticipating any hurricane force winds south of Port St. Lucie and even south of Orlando there. It'll be tropical storm force winds, but I do anticipate a lot of rainfall, and maybe between 1 to 3 inches of rainfall in South Florida, and that includes Southwest Florida and Southeast Florida there. And the winds, again, won't be as gusty. I think most of the activity will be centralized in Central Florida and even across portions of Florida's first coast. But of course, as it makes landfall, that's where we're going to start to anticipate those gusty winds, even right now. So let's take a look at what's going on radar now and just give you a quick update on what's going on with Hurricane Nicole. Still a hurricane at 75 mile per hour sustained winds. So that's enough to make it a hurricane. As you can see, that eye is the center of circulation, at least of the storm. It's pretty wide, and so that's pretty interesting with the storm. But you can see it is a large storm, and so let's put on this radar so you can see a little bit better. It's a very large storm, and it's pretty much covering the entire east coast of Florida. And earlier, I was seeing all across social media, we were seeing a lot of damage already to portions of Daytona Beach because of the waves and the swell, all the way into Florida's first coast, and even down there in near Fort Pierce. So a lot of these impacts are already being felt across this region. And of course, as we get high tide, it's going to worsen over that area. So it's no surprise that the National Hurricane Center is highlighting the East Coast between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge possible. And again, conditions will only get worse from here. And if you're not feeling, maybe it's not as windy as you thought it was going to be with the storm, especially if you're in Central or even Tampa and portions of Jacksonville, Gainesville, the winds and the rain will start to increase here over the next several hours. And I know a lot of schools have closed, at least the next several days here and into the weekend. So a lot of closures here, especially for those areas, and evacuations that were mandatory across regions in Florida's East Coast. So a lot going on here with this storm. And of course, follow those evacuation orders. Always listen to your local officials on what's going on with the storm impact, with the storm, and what potential impacts it could bring to your specific city. So I'm just reading some of your comments here. So somebody asking, so I think that Nicole will make landfall here within the next hour or so. It's coming really close there to Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, Palm Bay. The rain is already starting to increase there. Of course, we're just gonna have to wait to see when the National Hurricane Center calls landfall here, but they are updating Nicole every hour up until then, and maybe even beyond, as the impacts are starting to increase over this area. So let's see. I'm just reading your questions, guys. And again, thank you for watching and staying informed on this storm. I really do appreciate all the questions that are coming in, especially I know it's midnight here, Eastern time, very late, but as this is making landfall, I know it's important to receive this information. But let's give you a quick update on the power outages here, because they are just going up and up, and it's no surprise because this is very close to making landfall, and I'm sure it's really windy there. So let's see, St. Lucie County, about 2,000 customers without power. Brevard County, about 2,000 customers. So right now we still have about 23,000 customers without power. Of course, this is going to go up, but especially across where Port St. Lucie is, that's where we're getting really close to the center circulation of Nicole. This is where we have about 2,000 customers without power here. So it's only about 1% of the customers in that area, but I would anticipate this is going up, and I'm sure that's all across the eastern coast there of Florida. So let's see. So it looks like the Storm Prediction Center is actually highlighting an area on Florida's east coast for the tornado risk. So tornado risk increasing after midnight here. So that's heading into the overnight hours. And we could have some severe weather here in the early morning hours. So that's what we were anticipating with this storm. And it's no surprise that we're seeing that. Okay, so I'm getting a couple updates from what our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, is doing. Let's see. So our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, is in Fort Pierce, Florida. He was saying winds gusting at 65 miles per hour and power flashes down there. So yeah, that's right what we were seeing there in the app. And of course, if you have the app, it's going to be useful to use here over the next several hours. You can track power outages. Of course, you can track where Nicole is right now. And let's actually go back to the radar here and give you a better picture. So there's Nicole, very close to making landfall here. I would still say within the next hour or so, this late in the evening. Let's see. So I want to show this video. Let's see if I can do that. So let's put up WSI, Damien. And then I want to pull up Matt's video. So we can, and I'll pull it up here. So let's pull up Matt's video just to give you, it's dark, but you can definitely hear the wind coming into this area. So okay, so he's been tweeting quite a bit. So let's show this. I wonder if I could close this. I'll just make it full screen. Okay, so let's take the app and show Matt Capucci's video. So again, he's in Fort Pierce, but you can definitely see storm surge flooding already starting to affect Florida's east coast there. So Fort Pierce is right there on the east coast. And I wonder if you can show where the location is there, just so we can get a better perspective. So there's Fort Pierce. I don't know if you can put the radar up too, Damien, but you can see, let's see if we can put that down. So there it is. There's all the storm surge flooding already starting to come into this area. And even earlier this afternoon, I was seeing in Hollywood, Florida, there was even storm surge flooding starting to increase in that area. So this is what we're worried about with even it being a hurricane, category 1 hurricane, it could still turn up a lot of water and bring a lot of that water inland. And this is where we're seeing those flooding risks and even the storm surge risks over this area. So let's show this next video, a little bit better picture of what the storm surge looks like there. Again, this is in Fort Pierce, Florida, on Florida's east coast there, and a lot of rain coming in. I'll have to take a look at what the storm surge flooding is there exactly, but if you're telling me something, Damien, I really can't hear you. Sorry. So let's see. Yeah, so the eye wall of Nicole, he's in the Capucci's right in the center. It's going to be right in the center of the storm. So those are a couple of videos he was showing us there. Let's see. So he was saying periodic gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour. So yeah, pretty windy. It's no surprise. So we were seeing that early in the app that we were seeing those power outages increase, and that's just going to get worse from here as it's making landfall in that area. So he's in the perfect location, I would say, to get landfall with Hurricane Nicole here. And of course, you know, he's an expert in the field. He stays safe during these types of tropical systems, and of course, staying safe, giving us these visuals out in the field. So definitely interesting to see that 60, 70 mile per hour winds and all of the storm surge flooding that's occurring over that area. And a lot of people asking about Miami. So Miami, you're just north of the storm. So let's see if I can zoom out here. And let's go back. Let's go back to WSI, Damien. So there you have the storm. So let's go show you on the so let's go to the MyRadar app now. A lot of moving parts, I know, for Damien. Okay, so let's go back to the app and show it in relation to those power outages. So Matthew was saying, so where you see the blue, it's where the 60, 70 mile per hour gusts were being reported from our meteorologist. So it's no surprise that we're seeing those power outages go up. Miami, so I know a lot of people asking here about Miami. Right now, it doesn't seem like you're even in on the rain yet, just yet. It's just in Fort Lauderdale right now. So let's zoom out. Yeah, so it's coming for you guys, but you definitely won't feel the greatest impacts from the storm. I still think you're going to get a lot of rainfall over this area and even some winds, but it's not going to be anything too crazy down there for you guys in Miami. Let's see. So a lot of people, I'm just reading your questions, guys. A lot of chatter tonight. I know it's late, but I know a lot of you worried about what's going on. Yeah, it's been pretty rainy in Florida over the last several days, just because of how wide and expansive the storm system. I know even here in Orlando, it's been raining here over the past 2 days. And that is from the tropical moisture of Nicole that, again, made landfall earlier in the Bahamas and was well out in the sea. But this has, we were anticipating landfall this late in the evening with this storm system, of course, the impacts of rain and even wind over this area. But it has been pretty rainy just because of all the tropical moisture that was coming in from the outer bands of Nicole. And because of how wide the storm was, the impacts were even felt across portions of the southeast, which is pretty interesting with a tropical system. It was very big. And And at times, not the best looking tropical system, at least visually and meteorologically, but at least now you can definitely tell where the center of circulation is, especially before it makes landfall, still with 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts as a Category 1 hurricane over Florida. So let's go back to that radar. So yeah, a lot of people asking. So Central Florida. So we're actually in Orlando, Florida. And I know for me personally, I've been tracking the storm for the impacts here. And of course, we're anticipating some of these tropical storm force winds, as this is just south of this area, a lot of rainfall and even a severe weather risk just on the Florida East Coast there from Daytona Beach all the way up into Jacksonville heading into the morning. But at least in Orlando, I do anticipate some power outages here, a lot of rainfall, some of those areas being flooded possibly. And look at all the rainfall already here in Orlando. I haven't had a chance to look outside my window here. We are again in Orlando, but I suspect there's a lot of rainfall and the wind is starting to increase out there as well. And I know a lot of schools closed here. I know some airports also closed from Orlando's International Airport, and even Daytona Airport was closed. And that's closed at least till the end of the week just because of the impacts from Hurricane Nicole. So it's no surprise to see that we are definitely anticipating some of these major impacts with Hurricane Nicole. So yeah, we're still seeing, I'm just reading your comments here. A lot of chatter tonight. Interesting to see what you're seeing in your city as well. So, you know, we're only in Orlando, and our meteorologist is in Fort Pierce. Matthew Capucci's in Fort Pierce. So we're getting a lot of visuals from there. And seeing if he's updating any of his accounts here. Yeah, so we're still seeing those gusty winds. So let's pull that up. So yeah, it looks like even into Cape Canaveral, Melbourne, and Vero Beach, 50-mile-per-hour wind speeds are starting to be reported over that area, and even gusty winds in Orlando right now. Down in Miami, not so much. I know a lot of you guys live down there. But I'm not really anticipating those big impacts with Hurricane Nicole. Most of this will be to the north, the central, and even portions of Florida's first coast, where I think we're anticipating severe weather over that area, especially into the morning. Yeah, so when we talk about the outer bands of a tropical system. So we're talking about a lot of rainfall, but even the risk of severe weather. So let's go back to this future radar. And as you can see, let's see if I can get an arrow here, just so I can point some stuff out to you guys. So as you can see here, so let's see if I can move that. So all of this right here coming into the Florida's first coast, and even some of these right here, we do have the potential of seeing some of these starting to rotate here over the next several hours. And then as we play this out, you can kind of see how it comes inland, a lot of rainfall, especially across central Florida and all the way into Florida's first coast. But I think we do have the potential of seeing severe weather here. Let's see if it... So that's what we're talking about. So severe weather there. Let's draw this out. So here, pointing it out. So what I noticed from this is like some of these outer bands here, we do have the potential of seeing those individualized storms that could produce those rotating thunderstorms. And that's where our severe weather risk lies. And maybe even earlier than 9 o'clock in the morning. But I think most of the severe weather risk, like the Storm Prediction Center was highlighting, is from portions of Daytona Beach to Jacksonville, and even extending into portions of Georgia and the Carolinas. And you can see some of these outer bands coming into this area as well into the next several hours. So pointing it out, ooh, that's too big. Pointing it out here, you can see a lot of that rain even coming into Georgia, the Carolinas. You're still seeing rainfall across the south, west Florida, and even portions of Miami, but it'll be scattered in nature. It won't be widespread. And we're not anticipating anything too crazy down there. But of course, you know, with the recovery efforts still ongoing across Southwest Florida, it's not good to see at least rain in this area. As you know, a lot of those communities are still recovering from what was Hurricane Ian earlier this year. And then as we push this out, so you can kind of see why the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting the risk of severe weather even into Georgia and the Carolinas here, because we're still anticipating to see those individualized storms that may produce that severe weather risk. And then, of course, as we progress through the rest of your Friday and into the weekend, you're seeing a lot of rainfall coming in into these regions from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. Georgia, you're not out of the woods with the rain. It's going to be a pretty rainy Friday for you guys here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just reading your questions. So yeah, let's go back to this. So I'll leave this here. Let's show storm surge. So let's see. So I actually want to look up when high tide is over these areas. So there's the storm surge. And so we are anticipating it to make landfall somewhere between West Palm, Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce. And our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is actually in Fort Pierce there. So let's see. Looks like high tide is going to be around 9 a.m. in South Florida. Let's see what it's up here. 8 a.m. in Cape Canaveral. On Florida's west coast, there's, for example, Cedar Key. Your high tide is right now, and next high tide would be in the afternoon, so that's not good. And it's no surprise that they are highlighting that area, at least from portions of Tampa to Perry to Port St. Joe, with the possibility of seeing 3 to 5 feet of storm surge because of the high tide that's occurring in the afternoon. By then, Nicole will be over that area, and so right around high tide, which is not good for that area. Let's see, Pensacola, Apalachicola, Florida. So around 7 in the evening is when your high tide is. Yeah, so something else too, if you live on the coast, you know, some of you guys were under evacuation orders, so hopefully you're not there. But that's why they were anticipating this 3 to 5 feet of storm surge over that area. Let's see. So yeah, y'all are chatty tonight in the chat. I love to see it. You guys are up with us this late in the evening. Very important update with Hurricane Nicole. Very close to landfall here. So looking at the eye of the center of circulation of the storm, power outages are going up here as well for, let's see, Martin County, Palm Beach County, St. Lucie County. So last update was 23,000 customers. So it looks like we added 100 more. And even in Putnam County, looks like power outages are going up there with about 1,000 people without power. I should say 1,000 customers without power in that area. And Putnam County is in North Florida. So that's interesting to see there. As those power outages are starting to increase across the state. So right now, at least 23,000 customers without power in the state of Florida. Of course, that is going to go up throughout the rest of the evening here. So let's see. And again, you could track all of this on the MyRadar app. It's super useful. It really will help you get through the storm here over the next several hours. And if you have any Spanish speaking friends, I personally have been updating all of our Spanish accounts here. And you could refer them to the videos that are in the app. We also have a YouTube page, our social media accounts there. For any of your friends and family that maybe don't speak English and need updates on what's going on with Hurricane Nicole here, especially as we get close to landfall over the next several hours here. So we're closing in here. It's 12:40 a.m. Eastern time. We're in Orlando, Florida. The rain is starting to increase here. The wind is also starting to go up. But, you know, Hurricane Nicole is such an interesting storm. It is November 10th, and we are tracking a landfalling hurricane on Florida's east coast, which is a very rare event. Very rare to see a hurricane this late in the year. Last time we saw a hurricane this late in the year was in 1985. It was Kate, and it made landfall in Mexico Beach, Florida on November 21st. So that was even later than what we're seeing now. So just 11 days later than what we're seeing now. Now, this is the latest hurricane to make landfall on the east coast of Florida. The old record was in 1935. So we're just talking about Florida's east coast. So this is the latest east coast landfalling hurricane in Florida since 1935. This is the 8th hurricane of the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season. We've had 14 named storms, at least in the Atlantic hurricane season. And the average that we typically see in a hurricane season for the Atlantic is about 14 named storms and 7 hurricanes. So we're right around average for where we should be in terms of the Atlantic hurricane season. Of course, the hurricane season ends November 30th. So we can see hurricanes or even tropical storms in the month of November. But when it does happen, it's very rare, doesn't happen very often. It did make landfall earlier in the Grand Bahama in the afternoon. And of course, now making its way across portions of Florida. And making landfall in the Bahamas, it was the first time since 2001 since we've had a hurricane or a tropical storm make landfall in the Bahamas there. So definitely also a very rare event for them. Just a lot of interesting statistics with Hurricane Nicole. Sometimes it doesn't even feel like it's November just because we're tracking a hurricane here in the month of November on November 10th. So definitely a very historic event that we're watching here even this late in the night. A lot of rainfall, a lot of wind, some impactful weather coming for a lot of the state of Florida. And what's interesting about this is a lot of the state was already feeling the effects of this with the rain that's been coming over the last several days, and even some of the winds that were across the coastal areas and stretching into portions of the southeast. So definitely a lot to take in with the storm. I know a lot of you guys may be worried about what it's going to do, and especially if you're in areas of South Florida where in the southwest of Florida, you know, of course, Fort Myers recovering from what was Hurricane Ian earlier in the year. They definitely do not need the rain in that area. And thankfully, you're not going to get the most impactful weather from the storm, but you will get some rain and some wind over that area as they continue to recover from Hurricane Ian. So I'm just reading you guys, reading your comments in the chat. Somebody asking about Central Florida. Yeah, so a lot of questions about pretty much South Florida and Central Florida. So I will say that, and somebody asking about airports. So I for sure know that Orlando International Airport is closed. I did see that Daytona was also closed. at least in terms of airports. I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa was closed, but I don't want to confirm that because I haven't seen any of that yet. But I can look it up here for anybody asking for the airports closed in Florida. But I would anticipate most, even airports, schools, a lot of these areas are closed heading here into at least the weekend. And I know Disney World, Universal, they also closed at least until further notice, until the passage of the storm. So maybe you were here and you were vacationing in Florida, of course. Not a good time to be down here as we're getting this landfalling hurricane, but I know the resorts there have closed. The airport in Orlando is closed, and even down across Florida's East Coast, a lot of those airports closed as well. So a lot of closures here, and even hurricane evacuation zones that were mandatory across Florida's East Coast. And that's because we're expecting this hurricane to be very impactful over this area, and definitely not safe to be out in this storm over the next several hours. So somebody asking, let's see, about Jacksonville. Central Florida. So Central Florida, you definitely will get in the morning. So right now, all the impacts are starting to increase, but as we head into the early morning hours, that's when you really need to pay attention. Not only are we going to get a lot of this rainfall, but the wind is going to increase, and that's tropical storm force winds. That's going to create power outages or make way for power outages across Central Florida. And then as the storm moves into Florida's north coast, so Jacksonville, you're going to get from Jacksonville to Daytona Beach, I think what you need to be paying attention to in the morning is not only the wind and the rain, but also the severe weather risk. And that also includes portions of Central Florida. So a lot of rain, wind, and even the tornado risk as we head into the early morning hours and into the afternoon. So if you're watching me now, you're thinking about going to bed, just make sure that you have those alerts turned on your phone. That'll be very helpful, especially if you do happen to be under a tornado warning. You need to have that phone turned on at least as loud as you can so you can get into a safe spot if there is a tornado warning over that area, especially as we head into the early morning hours. A lot of rain and wind coming. And, a lot of closures, so you don't have to go anywhere. Stay home if you can, especially if you're in Central and even portions of Florida there. And just stay safe throughout the rest of the hours. Know what to do. Be prepared for power outages, and stay where you should be, at least for this passage of the storm. But really after, I think, Friday, at least in Florida, conditions will be much better. The storm will be out of the way. And if you live in the southeast, Friday into the weekend is when you really need to be paying attention. Even tomorrow afternoon, Thursday, because of the impacts of the storm that's going to be arriving in your area here. So let's see. I'm just reading your questions, guys. So yeah, a lot to take in with this storm. So we're going to get the newest update with the National Hurricane Center here in the next couple of minutes. I don't anticipate any major changes over the next several hours, but we're getting really close to landfall here. And it'll be interesting to see what our meteorologist Matthew Capucci sees there. He's in Fort Pierce, and if we zoom in here, so there it is, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie. This is the zone, so that blue you're seeing on your screen, that's where the power outages are starting to increase, even the wind. So it'll be interesting to see what our meteorologist sees on the ground there as we're getting really close to landfall. I know earlier he was reporting 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts over that area. Our maps weren't really seeing it, but that's why it's important to have people on the ground, especially meteorologists, because they can give us those updates from the field, and that really just helps us, at least meteorologically, see what the storm is doing right before it makes landfall and those risks that will increase over this area here in the next several hours. So, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci does a great job being out there in the field and reporting for us, and of course anticipating the severe weather risk with these tropical storms that come into this region. But I'm glad a lot of you are chit-chatting tonight. I hope it's helping you get through the storm. Again, I'm trying to answer all of your questions, but a lot are coming in, and I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see that you guys are concerned with the storm, at least in terms of trying to get the right information to help you through the next several hours. We're getting into 1 a.m. and a lot of you are still joining us. So I love seeing that. Continue to ask your questions in the chat. And of course, if you're watching us in the app and if you want to join the conversation, we're also live streaming on YouTube, on Facebook. So finding us on there, if you definitely, if you want to get your question in, joining a lot of the people here commenting on what's going on in their city or the questions that they have. It's definitely important that you know what's going on, especially with Hurricane Nicole. And again, the second hurricane to make landfall in the state of Florida. And this is actually the third hurricane of the month. So earlier this month, we had Lisa, we had Martin, and now we have Nicole, and it's only November. So it sometimes doesn't feel like it's November because of how active it's been. Of course, very rare to see activity here for the month of November. And again, we've had 3 named storms this month, and this is the most November hurricanes since 2001. So definitely interesting. Of course, earlier, if you remember, Lisa made landfall in Belize earlier this season, and you know, brought a lot of those impacts over that area earlier this month. So I can't believe that was actually in the month of November. It feels like it was a while ago, but you know, hurricane season does not end until November 30th. And that's why it's important to stay informed. And of course, Martin was in the central North Atlantic, didn't really make any big impacts to land, which is good news with that, but it was still a hurricane. And that was the second of the month of November. And now we have Hurricane Nicole here about to make landfall in Florida in the next several hours. So continue to keep you informed, but definitely a lot of interesting statistics with Hurricane Nicole that at least I thought were interesting, especially, again, like I said, it doesn't feel like it's November, but definitely be paying attention. That's why it's important to stay informed with this storm, because it is November. We are getting a landfalling hurricane. It is almost 1 a.m. and I know these impacts will start to increase here. So it's important that you get these updates here in the next several hours. So, okay, so let's go back to the questions. I know I'm letting a lot of you guys chit chat there and then seeing what you're worried about tonight. So let's see. South Florida, people from Jacksonville, Duval County. So somebody's saying 40 to 50 mile per hour gust in Cape Canaveral. Yeah, definitely not surprising to see that up there. Somebody asking about Jacksonville. The earlier you can get home, I think the better, especially with the storm, as those impacts, especially across Florida's north coast, will start to increase in nature with that severe weather threat. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody's going to get a tornado. It just means the risk is there, and you do have the possibility of being under a tornado warning. So just know what to do when that happens, especially over that area. I know severe weather doesn't happen too often over that area, but it can happen. And that's why it's your best bet is to be home, especially to ride out the storm here over the next several hours. Now, if you're along the coast, I know a lot of mandatory evacuation orders were issued. So hopefully you're staying safe and have a safe place to get to. And of course, follow your local officials. And of course, a lot of that information on where you can also, I know a lot of storm shelters have been open. So make sure you know where to go, especially in your county, especially as the storm arrives in your area. But definitely across Central Florida and Florida's north coast there, the impacts will increase throughout the rest of the evening. So just stay prepared. It's only going to get worse from here before it gets better. So that's all I can tell you guys across Central Florida and North Florida there. So be prepared again for wind, rain, and along the East Coast, storm surge. Let's see. So, wow, a lot of you guys, I've just been seeing Port St. Lucie. A lot of you guys are from there. Yeah, so landfall is going to be here very soon. We might even get it before, I would say before 3 a.m. for sure. Just reading your comments on here. So yeah, a lot of rainfall coming in. Might be light for some of you, but most of the heavy rainfall right now is in Central Florida, even Melbourne, Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, you've been battered all day. I was seeing all that video on social media, and there's some damage being reported in Daytona, Flagler Beach. I think the pier collapsed there. And there was already damage from Hurricane Ian. So anything that was damaged from Hurricane Ian, I know even Florida's East Coast and North Coast saw a lot of impacts from Hurricane Ian. So any of that, that damage, this storm is just going to worsen anything that was still recovering in those areas. So that's the unfortunate part with Hurricane Nicole as it's making landfall coming close to those areas. There hasn't really been a lot of time for some of these communities to recover from what was Hurricane Ian here. Just last month. So yeah, definitely watching the storm very closely. Okay, so let's go and show you the forecast here as I'm reading your comments. I think it's just better to go over the forecast again. It's been a while, so let's talk about that. So right now what you're seeing on your screen, of course, is the MyRadar app. We have Hurricane Nicole there on the side. The power outages layer is turned on. That means the power outages are just going up and up here, especially near Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and then in the next several hours as we get this landfalling hurricane. Just because it makes landfall doesn't mean you're not going to see the impacts. We're anticipating those impacts to increase. So let's go back here and show you. So I'll save the future radar for the end, but I do want to walk you through all the impacts over the next several hours. So the biggest one, and I always like to show this one, is the rainfall. The rainfall flooding, I think, will be one of the biggest threats with this storm, especially because, we did see a lot of rainfall already earlier this year, and especially with what Hurricane Ian dropped over portions of Florida. Soils are saturated, so that means we will get flooding pretty easily. Not only that, also the St. Johns River may overflow. We may see some of that river flooding around this area, which could also create a huge danger, especially across the St. Johns River there. So definitely a lot of impacts with rain. And as you can see, the bulk of the rain may fall in Central Florida, across Tampa, and even stretching into Georgia and the Carolinas, between 5 to 7 plus inches of rainfall. So that's something I want to tell anybody who lives from Tampa, Orlando, north of that, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston. Definitely be on the lookout for the potential of flooding here over the next several hours. And not only that, but we also have this wind threat. The wind, where Nicole will make landfall, will be hurricane force winds. So we're talking about from the Space Coast, Titusville to Sebastian, Port St. Lucie, even Fort Pierce. We are anticipating hurricane force winds over that area, and they're already starting to gust around that this early in the morning. And then where you're seeing that orange zone, that's tropical storm force winds. So Orlando, Daytona Beach, stretching all the way down into the east or the west side of Port St. Lucie, Okeechobee. I don't know if I said that right, but that city down there as well. We'll see tropical storm force winds, and then 30 to 57 miles per hour winds across Tampa, Fort Myers, and Jacksonville, even all the way down into Miami. So in that threshold of tropical storm force winds, that will be, I think, the greatest threat of winds will be, of course, where it's going to make landfall, and then across portions of Central Florida. And giving you a quick update on the current wind speeds here. So across Fort Pierce, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci was saying it was gusting between 60 to 70 miles per hour. 74 is that hurricane force wind gust. So definitely watching for that. That'll increase, of course, and that means power outages are coming for you guys down there. But right now, at least in Central Florida and even across Cape Canaveral, winds are already going up into the 50s. Tropical storm force winds going to be felt there over the next several hours. So let's walk you through this wind forecast. These are future wind gusts. So this is the max winds you could potentially see in your area. Some of you guys may not see it, but some of you will. And I do anticipate some of these winds will be pretty high across the East Coast. So this is looking within the next hour or so. As you can see, you're already seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, possibly maximum wind gust in Melbourne, 70 mile per hour, 50 mile per hour in Orlando, 40s in Tampa. At Fort Myers, I don't think you'll get anything above 30 mile per hour wind gusts. So again, that's wind gusts. So this is the maximum winds you may see. But of course, as you can see, as the day progresses into the early morning hours, 58 in Lakeland, 69 to 70 in Orlando. So that's why I say that early morning hours, especially between 5 to, I would say, maybe 9 a.m. is definitely the time you need to be paying attention in Central Florida, because that's when the greatest threats will arrive in that area. And especially for us, we're in Orlando. I know I'm watching that very closely. 66 in Daytona Beach, and maybe even hovering in that 70 mark across Florida's East Coast. And take a look at this. So progressing throughout the rest of the morning, as you can see, the winds are starting to die down, at least in Central Florida, but starting to increase across portions of Gainesville, even Jacksonville. So Florida's North Coast, your greatest impact will be after, I think, maybe in the late morning into the afternoon for Thursday, not only with winds and rain, but also that tornado potential into the early morning and afternoon. And of course, we have to talk about storm surge. Some of the storm surge is already occurring in Florida's East Coast. We already saw some of that earlier today. Crazy footage I was seeing all across social media, across Daytona Beach, and even all the way down into Cocoa Beach, and even into Florida's southeast coast. So 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible here in the next several hours. 3 to 5 on the west coast of Florida, because high tide, the timing of the high tide and when the storm will be near the west coast will coincide, and that's why we have that 3 to 5 feet of storm surge possible just north of Tampa. So if you live anywhere in this area, also do anticipate that storm surge to be pretty problematic in that area in the next several hours, and of course across Florida's East Coast. But I want to show you this because, you know, pretty much all of Florida is under the threat of Hurricane Nicole in the next several hours, and especially as the track takes it into Florida's west coast there. Now let's take a look at the severe weather risk. So it looks like it just updated, but we do have a severe weather risk from portions of Central Florida all the way up into Florida's first coast, Georgia, and even the Carolinas. So that is mostly for early this morning. Let's show you a better picture of this. So this is zooming out. So this is for today, and we're talking about portions of the Space Coast all the way up into St. Augustine, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, all the way up into North Carolina. This is where we have the potential of seeing severe weather later on today. There is a tornado risk in place for these regions. And of course, our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, he's going to be on these storms, possibly heading to the first coast after this storm makes landfall in Florida's East Coast. So we're getting really close to that here over the next several. So it looks like the eye wall, maybe the strongest winds are starting to come into Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, as Nicole is making landfall in this area. But either way, there's a lot of risk of with Hurricane Nicole and with the severe weather risk in the next several hours. So let's time it out. Heading into the next several hours. Again, I do have the counties turned on here as well, because I want you to get a better picture of where your county could be and where these storms are potentially set up. Now, this is not exactly how radar is going to look like in the next hour or so. This is just giving us a picture of what it could potentially look like. And of course, with all the rain and wind coming in, we're gonna see a lot of rainfall, especially from Tampa to Orlando, all the way into Daytona Beach, Gainesville, even on the other side of the west coast of Florida, Cedar Key, Perry, Jacksonville. 6 a.m. hour, you can see a lot of rain, and as the storm system starts to weaken, it would be tropical storm by early this morning, but we're still going to see those impacts of tropical storm force winds, a lot of rainfall, that severe weather risk increasing throughout the rest of the early morning here and into the afternoon. And as you can see, the storm pushes up into the southeast, and this is where we have all those impacts of rainfall, wind, and even severe weather. So it's no surprise that the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting areas from Jacksonville to Savannah to Charleston because of the potential of seeing severe weather over this area. And then as that pushes into portions of the southeast into Friday, we'll have to see if we have a severe weather potential there. But I do think we will have at least some strong thunderstorms continuing into Thursday and into early Friday morning, as what is left of Nicole makes his way across the southeast and the mid-Atlantic, and eventually even you guys in the northeast. If you're watching us and you're up this late and maybe you don't even live in the southeast, you live in the northeast, the Midwest, you definitely will also feel the impacts of Nicole, or what it's left of Nicole by that time, heading into the weekend. But a lot of you guys watching us from Florida, so chatting in the chat here. Let's see if anybody has any questions. Let's see. Okeechobee. Okay, thank you for telling me how to say that. Okeechobee. I think I said that correctly. Yeah, so I'm just making sure that there's not any questions I missed here. Just a lot of you guys reporting wind and rain in your area. Somebody's saying it's been raining here in Orlando for over 24 hours straight. Yeah, it's definitely been rainy here in Orlando. And if you're just now joining us, if you don't know, we're actually located in Orlando, Florida. And this is my first year in Florida, being a Florida resident. So definitely have never experienced hurricanes before, even though I'm a meteorologist. But it's been a very interesting time, as we have 2 landfalling hurricanes here just this year from this hurricane season in Florida. And Damien's back there helping me run this stream. So we're going to be here with you through landfall as late as it'll be, 1 a.m. here, anticipating landfall within the next hour or so. I've been saying that for about an hour, but with just how wide the center of circulation is, it'll be interesting to see when they do call landfall of Hurricane Nicole. So let's see. A lot of you guys in Central Florida too. So you're pretty much our neighbors here if you're in Central Florida. Brevard County was hit pretty hard here. I think the Space Coast, it'll be pretty windy and rainy there. Of course, you have the threat of storm surge as well. So really the coastal areas will get pretty hit hard by this, and especially where it's going to make landfall and close to that, those areas, it's no surprise that there were mandatory evacuation orders. And I've definitely been in Jacksonville during a tropical storm, and it does get pretty rainy and windy there, and especially those waves that do create flooding issues. Of course, this time around this year, though, I think Florida gets king tides, so it's definitely interesting to see because you can get king tides as well in Florida during this time of year. But this time of year, we're getting a hurricane here in November 10th, Thursday, November 10th. Let's see. So somebody asking about surge. We're anticipating between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So I'll actually leave that up there. All the way down into West Palm, Fort Pierce, Cape Canaveral, Jacksonville. Yeah, and people asking if, when things will open up. Everything that's closed right now is closed until further notice. They're waiting until the passage of the storm. And of course, with the impacts that it could possibly leave, it could even delay some of those reopenings of these places like the airports, schools. It just depends on how impactful the storm will be. And they will have to assess, of course, after it passes through. But I know for sure Orlando International Airport is closed. Daytona Airport is also closed. So no commercial operations happening in those areas as we speak, and they will be delayed until further notice. But of course, all those areas, if you're curious, if you're flying out of a specific airport or you have plans, just check on their website and see what they're doing there. Because I would assume at least across where it's going to make landfall, of course, those airports are closed and any operations there, commercial operations are closed. And even here in Orlando, we were seeing quite a bit of closures with schools closures, of course, the airport, and even businesses closing at least through the end of the week because of the anticipation of Hurricane Nicole that's making landfall over these regions. So people saying heavy rainfall across the south coast there. So let's see if the National Hurricane Center is updated. So looks like they did. Let's get the latest stats on here. Strong winds, dangerous storm surge. So the NHC saying within the next couple of hours that we're going to get landfall here. Of course, the National Hurricane Center, now that we're close to landfall, they tend to do updates every hour, which is super helpful, especially as we're getting close to landfall here. So right now we have, let's see. So 60. So the National Hurricane Center is saying the hurricane has little time to strengthen further before making landfall in Florida. So it'll weaken pretty quickly as it makes landfall, and it'll become a tropical storm right now with the latest. So let's turn on that tropical tracker here. So you can see there's the latest update, really close to making landfall here. But we will probably get that maybe even before 3 a.m., but we'll have to see. Of course, we're going to stay here live and giving you the updates as we get closer to landfall. But let's see. So it looks like storm surge warnings from Georgia to North Palm Beach, Florida, mouth of the St. Johns River to Georgetown, Florida. So some of these have been here for hours. So no big changes with this latest advisory, but we're definitely going to get landfall here within the next couple of hours. And of course, it's so extensive, this storm, that we're getting these impacts all the way up into the southeast coast here. So there's the track of the storm. And let's turn on the bigger radar. So of course, as it makes its way inland, it's still going to be a tropical storm, even as it comes maybe even close to waters here. Of course, the storm could be within this cone, so maybe it could be a little bit further out into sea as it approaches Florida's west coast, and that's where we're anticipating that storm surge on the west coast of Florida. And then as it comes inland, will be a tropical depression, and eventually the remnants of this will start to reach the northeast. But definitely an interesting storm that we're watching. It looks like the power outages keep going up over this area. So for Martin County, let's see how many customers are without power there. So 1,000, almost 2,000 customers without power. St. Lucie County, 2,000 customers. And then, so this new highlighted Indian River County, 1,000 customers without power. And we even have power outages here in Charlotte with about 1,000. So like I was mentioning, a lot of these areas are still recovering from Okay. Yeah. Let's get our meteorologist Matthew Capucci, Damien. I do want to see what he's up to and what he sees on the ground there. So Damien, when you have that, let me know. I do want to bring in Matt to the conversation here because he's actually out in the field, and he has really good visuals of what's going on, and he's just really great out in the field. And I do want to see what he's up to. So. Damien, when you have that up or when you can get that up, let me know, and we'll go to Matt and get his perspective live on the field there. So I'll just wait for your call, Damien. But let's get a little update here. Let's see. I'm just reading your questions. A lot of chatter. I love seeing you guys up with us here this early morning. I almost said tonight, but it's 1 a.m. this morning. We are tracking November 10th, Hurricane Nicole, Category 1 hurricane, really close to making landfall here within the next couple of hours. And of course, the National Hurricane Center updating every hour with still 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, Damien, I don't know if you were able to bring our meteorologist Matthew Capucci in with a phoner or anything that, we can bring him in. That way we can see what he's doing on the ground there, and just giving us visuals earlier. So let's see if we have any updates, videos. I'm pulling them from Twitter here. So... yeah, we got some videos, some storm surge flooding coming in. So let's do this. Okay, so let's bring in Matt. So we're going to do it this way. Let's see. So we'll give him a call here and we'll see what he's up to. So let's see.
Howdy.
Hey Matt, you are on speaker. I just want to see what you're up to in the field and what you've seen so far. I know you've been down there for a couple hours now, right?
Yeah, most definitely. And I've been watching your stream, and you guys are doing amazing stuff up there. I don't know how you can do it for so long. So very impressive stuff, and thanks for keeping everyone informed. What I'm seeing right now is, it's kind of weird. There's this moat of dry air surrounding the eye, and I think that's one of the things the National Hurricane Center had been talking about was that we were seeing the storm ingest a little bit of dry air, which was why it couldn't intensify much more than it already did. And so this dry air is kind of making it so there's not much surrounding the immediate eye and eye wall itself. So I do think we'll get like one more pulse of wind. Overall, the winds were honestly stronger earlier on around like 9, 10, 11 o'clock this evening. When we were getting gusts to about 55, 65 miles per hour where I was in Fort Pierce, Florida, a little bit north of West Palm Beach, all told on the northern end of Hutchinson Island. All told, though, this doesn't really have the teeth in terms of the wind of a traditional hurricane, but I think the bigger story is just how wide the wind field is, because when something like that's it's so expansive, you can really efficiently push water against the coastline. That's been the biggest issue so far. Now, high tide here in Fort Pierce was right around 8:30 p.m. And even still, right now, we have flooded roadways, about a foot and a half of water on some of the roads. And I think that's an indicator of just how bad the surge really has been in some locales. The fact that even, coming 4, almost 5 hours after high tide, we're still seeing roads inundated. We are really fortunate that landfall did not occur closer to the actual time of high tide and vice versa, because I think we would have had a much worse situation. All told, I think things are, I don't want to say good, because obviously no hurricane is good and the impacts are still significant, but I think there are a couple factors that have lined up to make this something that wasn't and isn't a worst case scenario. That's the threat is sort of shifting over time. Right now it's the strong winds and of course the threat of surge. Later on today, as you're mentioning, it'll be the heavy rainfall threat, but also that tornado threat as well. I think we'll start seeing some feeder bands that you're talking about earlier on that have embedded rotating cells materialize right around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, pushing towards Daytona, reaching the Jacksonville metro area during perhaps the morning commute into the early parts of the workday, so 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock this morning. Then eventually shifting towards Savannah and maybe even Charleston this afternoon into the evening hours. And the threat could persist overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, so meaning into early Friday morning as we approach the, I'd say, North Carolina coastline as well, and Virginia could see it as well. So it's one of those multifaceted threats with the tornado threat materializing too. But Erica, we are scraping the eye wall here, scraping the eye. I think we'll have one more little, a semblance of an eye wall trying to pivot through, but I'd say within the next 20 minutes we'll be in the eye, and then the actual landfall itself, I imagine, would be in the next 80 minutes, I'd have to think.
Yeah, so I saw some of your footage. You were seeing some of that storm surge. How high was the water, I guess, in comparison to what you were seeing around there? Like, where exactly were you in relation, I guess, to the coast?
Yeah, so I was on northern Hutchinson Island, which meant I had to cross over to one of the barrier islands. It's in Fort Pierce, Florida. And we were right on the coastline. I was fortunate to be facing northwards rather than eastwards. I know the east-facing coastlines took a more serious battering. There were already reports of structural damage. Even earlier on today in southern Hutchinson Island, about 27 miles south of me, like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well before any real bad storm surge got going, before the inners of the storm approached, they were still having high water rescues and high water equipment being moved in because so many roads were inundated down there. So it seems like there were a lot of pockets of like a foot and a half of water on the roadways. That's what I saw. There was a marina in Fort Pierce that had about 2 feet of water on the ground, and some roads that I just didn't want a chance. You know, and you never drive through flooded roadways. It only takes about a foot to move your vehicle. If I can't see the line on the bottom, which takes place after like 6 inches worth of rain, I will never drive through it. That's kind of what differentiates a big puddle from the flooding that you don't want to risk. And so, you know, for folks who are venturing out tonight, just give it until the morning. Let the waters recede. Don't be a tourist. I'm avoiding certain routes. If I'm doing it, a lot of other folks should be doing it as well. You know, stay off the roads if at all possible. But I think that the surge is one of those things where, you know, 5 to 6 feet may not sound like much, and realistically, most folks will see closer to 2 or 3 feet. But keep in mind, tens of thousands of Florida homes sit within 3 to 5 feet of sea level. And so if you have water that's 3 feet above ordinarily high tides, you're going to have folks who have water brushing up against their properties, perhaps hitting, you know, vulnerable exposed property. And it's something that is definitely threatening, especially because we have astronomically high tides already. The full moon was yesterday. You remember that nice lunar eclipse in the morning hours.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we're seeing some flooding issues tonight. So I think the combination of surge and also freshwater rainfall trying to drain into already saturated rivers that are being backed up, which will be the case later on this morning in Jacksonville, shows that flood risk isn't over yet. It's still ongoing.
Yeah, I think that's very important to point out. You know, the flooding always, I think, impacts more than some of the other impacts with tropical systems.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I love that you said, you know, do not venture out. If you cannot see the lines on the road, you should not even be out there and driving. Of course, you're an expert, you know, you're giving us visuals and you're staying safe out there for us, but definitely some good recommendations there. And I hope you didn't see anybody out when you were venturing out, Matt, in the roads there.
You know, one thing I will say, and this may sound humorous, but I think it's true with this storm. I'm hoping folks take it seriously. You know, during Hurricane Ian, gearing up for it, there was a different feel in the air. I stopped at the local Wawa, and people were buying cases of water and supplies. Today, I stopped at the local Wawa, and people were buying cases of Bud Light, which is obviously a very different thing. And it feels like people are sick and fed up with hurricane season. It's going on too long. We're in November. We should be buying Christmas decorations and holiday festivities, and instead we're dealing with a hurricane. And, you know, I hope that folks did take it seriously. I'm still seeing a few folks driving around on the roadways. We're lucky that at least on the mainland, off the barrier island, the roads are for the most part passable. But still, you know, just there's no point. Sit here, go inside, you know, have a cup of hot cocoa or whatever, but there's no need to be out and about this morning. We're doing it so we can give the folks those visuals so they know what's going on outside, such that they can stay inside. And of course, we want to capture that power of the hurricane too, to convey to folks what the specific hazards are. But yeah, I mean, it's even during heavy rainfall. I was driving on Interstate 95 earlier on, and we were getting brief 2-inch per hour rainfall rates, and the road was a mess. We were reduced down to like 20, 30 miles per hour at a time. Visibilities were very low. And so even if the surge winds up being less than expected, we're still going to have rain bands pivot in throughout the rest of the morning hours and shifting north throughout the afternoon. It's just a good day to hunker down and to sort of, I don't want to say write off the day, but write off the day. We'll try again tomorrow. Nicer weather.
Yeah, definitely agree. You bring up a very important point. I know it's maybe storm fatigue, especially with how intense Hurricane Ian was earlier in this year, but definitely important not to let your guard down with the storm. Like Matt was saying, stay home. A lot of places are closed anyway, so you really can't go anywhere but stay home. And I mean, ride out the storm.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think one of the things that's important about this is compounding vulnerability. You mentioned a great term for viewers a moment ago when you said storm fatigue, and that's absolutely true. People kind of, they get sick of preparing time and time again, because in a place like Florida, you have to live in a heightened state of awareness for months at a time, which can be just emotionally, physically, and financially draining. In this case, you have compounding vulnerability because you already have folks who are hard hit with Ian, who may have lost a roof or may have lost a tree or may have lost whatever, who now have property that is either more exposed or more vulnerable to less significant conditions. So yes, this is a Category 1 hurricane, but it may have greater impacts than it otherwise ordinarily would, because so many more people are in a more difficult situation going into it. Like the baseline is sort of at a tougher point. I heard from folks earlier on who live in Volusia County near Daytona Beach who said they haven't been able to reside in their home for a little while, presumably a mobile home, due to Hurricane Ian. They were staying at a place, I think it was a hotel or something, that there was a mandatory evacuation there tonight, and now they're displaced again. They're on their third, dwelling in the course of a month and a half. And so I certainly feel for these people. And, one of the tricky things, too, we talk about evacuations a lot with hurricanes. There weren't as many this time, but certainly during Ian there were. And I think folks who aren't from sort of hurricane territory are very quick to judge when someone suffers loss or someone suffers injury or whatever, or property damage, and they didn't evacuate. But here's the thing. Evacuation costs a lot of money. And there are a lot of people who evacuated time and time and time again, and the storm hasn't hit, or the storm hasn't, been as severe as they would have thought. So they base their actions off previous experiences, which you never want to do. But a lot of folks, many folks, are living paycheck to paycheck. They don't have the money to pour into driving inland, paying a fortune for gas, eating out for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meals in a row, having to buy a hotel, which is already experiencing surge pricing too. I mean, an evacuation for 2 or 3 days for a family of 4 can very easily turn into a $1,000, $1,500 price tag. And I'd say most working class Americans, unfortunately, don't have that kind of disposable income to just, make disappear in a situation like this, especially if they're asked to evacuate multiple times in a season or even in the course of a few years. And so, Erica, I think with a situation like this, you're exactly right. Storm fatigue is playing a role. And there's really no good answer when it comes to, the best way to go into a storm, because we want folks to evacuate, but a lot of people can't always do it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Matt. And I think too, I think of myself and everybody else who's new to Florida, because I've been here for about a year, and I know maybe a lot of people are new to the state. This is one of the states, at least within the past couple of years, that has a lot of new residents. So, I know people storm fatigued, or maybe they just weren't exactly affected with the last hurricane, but this one could be completely different. There could be completely different impacts that could be impactful to some communities more than others. So yeah, definitely important stuff that you were talking about there, Matt. And I really do appreciate your perspective on that and your insight, at least in terms of, hurricanes and this type of coverage. And it's crazy to see, a hurricane on November 10th, pretty late in the season.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's bizarre in so many different ways, and I've heard folks throwing around, was this climate change, not climate change? We just don't really have the data to back up any link with November storms. Obviously, it's anomalously warm. This storm was likely able to intensify into a hurricane, largely due to those warmer ocean waters, because there are disruptive winds and dry air aloft that are both kind of trying to work against this storm. So yeah, maybe play a small role. We just don't have enough information at this point to make a definitive call. But I just, it's November 9th. So many folks are done. You and
Yeah.
I know we're done with hurricane season, and I can't imagine being on the receiving end of hurricane season for the scores of residents who are stuck dealing with this on a very local level with potential property damage and, of course, human impacts as well. So we hope this is the last of it. Going into hurricane season, a lot of meteorologists, atmospheric scientists were almost unanimously saying, hey, this season looks to be above average. And believe it or not, we're running at only about 78% of average, meaning we're still technically 22% below the benchmark of what makes a typical season.
Mm-hmm.
About half of this season's ACE, or accumulated cyclone energy, so the energy from warm ocean waters churned through by hurricanes that spit out strong winds, came from two storms, Ian and Fiona. Fiona, that Category 4 that passed Bermuda and then wound up being Canada's strongest non-tropical storm on record, with 100-plus mile-an-hour winds in the Canadian Maritimes. And then, of course, Ian, which lays siege to Fort Myers with 150-plus mile-an-hour winds along the immediate coastline and causing about 100-plus fatalities, 64 at least in Lee County. And so those two are the Category 4s, and they churn through most of the energy. But, where this season is really coming together, it's almost death by a million paper cuts, because we've had so many of these more brief lower-end storms. This is the 8th hurricane of the season. The season is stretching on for a long time, so we could very well end up with a near-average season when all is said and done. I think it's important, too, to remember that it only takes one storm. One storm, one person, one whatever. All it takes is one tree to come down on your house to make that an above-average hurricane season for you. And so, ultimately, we throw a lot of stats at people. We throw a lot of, terminology and stuff at people, but it comes down to very local impacts. Knowing specifically what hazards folks have to face at their specific location. And for the folks who are moving into Florida, figure out, are you in a flood zone? Are you in a wind zone? Are you in a place that will see freshwater, so rainfall flooding? Does your street flood during a summer thunderstorm? How's that going to be during a tropical cyclone when you get 10-plus inches of rain? Do you live near the coastline? How many feet above sea level are you? These are questions people should ask as soon as they move to a new place, either within the state or if they're moving from outside the state into Florida. It's just like if you were to move to California, you want to familiarize yourself with earthquakes. If you move to Oklahoma, you probably familiarize yourself with tornadoes. When you move to a new place, you want to make sure you know what the hazards are from the environment and how you can mitigate your risk and put yourself in a position to maximize success with each episode of high impact conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And, when I moved here, I definitely looked everything up. I mean, I'm in Central Florida, but we can still get impacts. And I think I learned that very quickly within this hurricane season. We had Hurricane Ian and we had flooding even in Central Florida. And that might be an issue here with Nicole over the next several hours. So it's definitely a lot to take in with this storm system. And, the timing of this is not the best, as this is occurring overnight. And then we have that early morning potential of severe weather, which I know you're going to be on top of here in the next several hours.
Yeah, most definitely. So you were doing a great job earlier on showing those feeder bands on the IBM graph model. I think what we have to remember for folks at home is that, hurricanes are not super duper tall. And what I mean by that is when we talk a summertime thunderstorm, or when we talk like Great Plains severe weather, you'll get the big dark clouds and then the rain and the hail and the crazy thunder and lightning and then the tornado. With a tropical tornado in a tropical cyclone, so a tropical storm or hurricane, or even remnants too, moving up the coast, the tornadoes are of a different character. They form due to spin that is so close to the ground that is oftentimes overshot by weather radars. The clouds aren't as dark. They move much more quickly. The clouds are lower to the ground, so you can't see it until it's right on you. You usually get no thunder, no lightning, no environmental cues, just a rain shower with a tornado wrapped up in it. And they are oftentimes rain wrapped, and you just can't see them at all. And so, yeah, you were mentioning later on this morning that severe weather risk, tornado risk will ramp up with that feeder band that will become organized and head towards the coastline. I think Daytona southwards, probably not seeing all that much. I think the band will really get going around 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning near Jacksonville, then push north and east, reaching Savannah near or just after lunchtime, and eventually heading the direction of South Carolina, too, by supper time, and perhaps persisting overnight tonight, meaning Thursday night to Friday morning into the eastern Carolinas. So that tornado threat will mainly be relegated to about 30, 40 miles of the coastline, so near the coastline, offshore waterspouts too. But it's interesting to sort of see how the larger, we have a saying in meteorology, spin begets spin. Larger low pressure systems, like a hurricane, have smaller lows, so like individual thunderstorms that have smaller lows, like individual tornadoes, that might even have mini worlds within them. And so, yes, this is a hurricane, but it can still produce tornadoes too. And one thing I'm noticing, all the instability, the juice to get thunderstorms is offshore. No one's really seeing thunder or lightning yet. They probably won't. But its vector will truck in a little bit of that warm, humid air mass with higher dew points nearing 70 degrees, just near the immediate coastline with those onshore winds later on this morning. That's when the tornado risk will start to pop up.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. I was just interesting to see where you were setting up. I know you were talking about going to the first coast there. So it'll be interesting to see what visuals you can grab, Matt, as you're up there. Of course, staying safe. I know I always like to say that because you are a professional in this field and we don't encourage this type of activity, but you know, you're very well trained, I would say. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know what you're doing when you're out in the field. So it'll be interesting to see what you get out there later on today. And I know you're going to be up all night with us here too, as we are approaching landfall here. And you're in Fort Pierce, is that correct?
Correct. And right now we're actually beginning to see the winds die down. I think we're like 2-3 miles from being inside the eye. It is still raining here right now. And the eye, of course, is Category 1, so you don't have too much sinking air to squash any rainfall. So it's still going to be misty inside the eye. You won't see any stars. You won't see anything like that. But the winds will probably go close to calm for a little while. So we're going to sit here for a bit, see what the eye is like, and then eventually head north towards Jacksonville, about a 3.5-hour ride, so we can position for morning severe weather, then maybe Savannah in the afternoon hours, Charleston in the evening. But ultimately, it's been sort of interesting to see how it's come together. You're exactly right. This is not my first rodeo. That said, there's every time I go into a storm, I still get just a little bit nervous. You have to have a healthy respect for it because, ultimately, even though we're scientists, we know what we're doing. There's still many surprises that storms can contain. Every storm I've seen has surprised me in some way, shape, or form. This one will probably be no exception. And we'll see how the tornado risk comes together. But I think the threats after about 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning will go down in terms of damaging winds and surge, and will go up in terms of flash flooding from rainfall and the tornado threat. But interestingly enough, my mother, who I love dearly, does not like me chasing storms. And it's unfortunate for her that I happen to be a meteorologist and a storm chaser. So I quoted Seinfeld and I told her I was going to Del Boca Vista, so she wouldn't be able to find me on a map and figure out what I was getting myself into.
Unless she watches this stream tonight. But, and no mother likes to hear that. But I know you're safe out there, Matt. You are a professional, especially in storm chasing, and I know, you'll stay safe. And I like that you said too, I feel like as a meteorologist, you have to be out in the field to actually be able to grasp Mother Nature. Mother Nature is so... every storm is different. You just never know what you're going to see out there. And you learn a lot, out in the field for sure.
Most definitely. I think one of the advantages of going out into the field is that it's two things. Let's talk tornadoes, for example. On a day when I'm chasing tornadoes, if I'm talking to viewers and I say the high today is going to be 80 degrees and it winds up being 78, nobody notices if I'm wrong. No one really cares the difference between 78 and 80. But if I'm chasing tornadoes, that difference can mean the difference between not breaking a cap and not seeing any storms or seeing explosive supercell thunderstorms. So being in the field chasing storms requires me to be the best possible forecaster I can, because really my day is either made or broken by subtleties that demand a higher level of precision than sort of me just going about and making my routine forecasts as I ordinarily do for work. So that's the one thing. The other thing, too, and I know you've done some storm chasing before as well, and that's why you're so good at communicating in this sense, is that by us being in the field, we get to sort of see what's underneath the radar. We see what's underneath the satellite. You know, we're used to being in a studio with all these colorful charts, but when we get out into the field, we see what's going on at ground level. We understand the conditions. And so the next time we're on air in the studio, we can say, hey, I know what you're going through. And that makes our coverage that much more personal, that much more significant, that much more human. And that's key. There have been times I've been on air with a tornado warning before, and I've been able to say to folks, hey, if you look west, you're probably seeing a greenish tinge to this cloud. You're seeing this cloud look rugged to the ground. You're seeing rain on the right. You know, and so folks trust us more if we're able to tell them exactly what they're seeing through personal experience. And so you're exactly right. Storm chasing isn't just for footage, isn't just for adrenaline, isn't just for whatever. It makes us better scientists. And I think that's one of the reasons why I really do love working with MyRadar, is because MyRadar is all about the science and really does encourage us to get into the field and to sort of get that on the ground, boots on the ground perspective to the viewers who we serve and who we so dearly care about.
Yeah, Matt, definitely some, we're getting into some deep talk here, but, we really do. We love our field. We love being meteorologists. And of course, I know Matt, loves being out there, loves talking about the weather, and loves getting us reports. That's really important because, like you said, being out in the field and being with the community. And also, if there's something that maybe you'd say like National Weather Service doesn't see on the ground, it's always helpful to at least have people on the ground there to be able to report this stuff. And I know that's definitely important during severe weather, especially, for example, earlier a couple weeks in Texas, there's not, some areas may not have good radar coverage and they need people on the ground to see what's happening there. So definitely a good perspective, at least on being out in the field. And it's very important too, especially with this type of coverage, you being down there anticipating this landfalling hurricane and you being able to see what's happening on the ground, especially with storm surge, where a lot of people, they're at home, but our jobs as meteorologists is to report what's going on there. And you being down there, there's actually a lot of people in the chat that are in Port St. Lucie, so close to where you are, and concerned about the conditions down there. Even early this morning, a lot of people watching us, and it's almost 2 a.m. So I love seeing that, and I love seeing a lot of people joining the conversation here with us.
Yeah, so the folks in Port St. Lucie, I got to say, they're in a better position now than they've been pretty much all evening long. They're still seeing some rain down there, still seeing some wind, but conditions will rapidly improve in the next 20 minutes as the eye begins to close in. They are just on the edge of the eye, and it's a pretty wide eye. This eye looks to be about, let me do the math real quick. The eye is roughly 50, 55 miles wide, which in terms of hurricanes' eyes, that's a pretty big eye. And usually the bigger the eye, the lesser the winds. Think about an ice skater spinning. When he or she draws their arms inward, they tend to spin faster. When they thrust their arms out, their radius increases, their horizontal distance size grows, and they slow down a little bit. Same thing here, too. So this is a lower-end hurricane, so it has a big eye, and that's why there will be such a lengthy period of calm conditions within the eye, or at least much more tranquil conditions. There'll still be some mist. We're seeing evidence of mist right now, and it's not going to be a clear eye. Like, you can't go out and watch the stars, but Port St. Lucie, conditions are getting better. We're also noticing right now in Port St. Lucie, in the River States, North River Shores, Palm City, Howe Sound as well, the winds that are extant are beginning to shift direction. Earlier on, they were more of an onshore flow. Now it's becoming slightly more northerly and soon more west-northwesterly, so a bit of an offshore flow, which will be good because that will mitigate storm surge. Not to say it'll eliminate surge. Water levels are already running in the higher side, but that will minimize surge and pull some of the water away from the coastline, which is exactly what they need and is a piece of good news. Farther north, places like Wabasso, Gifford, Vero Beach, Sebastian, Barefoot Bay, they're still seeing sort of that thick eye wall with rainfall rates about a half inch to an inch per hour, but that onshore flow with winds probably gusting in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range at the immediate coastline, 40 to 55, maybe 60 miles an hour farther inland. And that's where you have the onshore flow. So still some surge likely there, about 3-4 feet above ordinarily high water marks. Fortunately, the tide, we're no longer at high tide. It was right around 8:30 p.m. But that said, still, water levels are running elevated. There has been some flooding. I've seen flooding firsthand in Fort Pierce. I do think, actually, right now here in Fort Pierce, we are just getting into the eye. The rain is tapering down into a mist. The strongest winds are off to the west. And yeah, I think if we give it, say, 10, 20 more minutes, we will be in sort of the clearer part of the eye, or at least the more tranquil part of the eye, per radar anyway.
Oh, that's some good news for a lot of people that are watching us, at least here in the next couple of minutes. So, what's your plan after, this hurricane makes landfall? Are you going to stay there for a couple more hours, or are you heading out here soon?
So, truth be told, I haven't really slept much for the past like 2.5 days. Maybe about like 8 hours since Monday morning, 7 hours since Monday morning. So, in the eye, I'm going to do some videos and stuff, and then I will admittedly probably nap for a bit, then drive to Daytona or probably Jacksonville, about 3 hours and 15 minutes to my north, because I believe that Jacksonville will likely see a tornado threat beginning right around 8 o'clock this morning, lasting through the morning hours. Then I'll work my way to either Savannah or Charleston in the afternoon hours. I'll probably stay there overnight tonight and then zip down to Jacksonville for my flight back to D.C. tomorrow. Even parts of Virginia and eastern North Carolina, like the Research Triangle up towards Richmond in the direction of Roanoke, too, maybe even northeast towards Charlottesville, up and down Interstate 81, Harrisonburg, could see some tornado activity as we head towards Friday afternoon, the evening hours. Our high-resolution model does suggest that there could be a few tornadic thunderstorms, rotating storms. There won't be a ton of juice, but there'll be plenty of spin, so there could be a couple downpours that spin, and so I'll be covering that up there as well. So it's Erica, it is certainly not over until the fat lady sings, and I don't think she'll be singing until Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, you have a jam-packed couple days here. And yeah, the threat going up into the Northeast. When I was talking about that earlier, it's like, oh, I know you're going to be on top of that heading into the weekend. So, it's like you said, it's not over till it is, and it's going to come up here into portions of the Northeast in the next couple hours. Well, Matt, I don't know if there's anything else you want to talk about before, we continue this coverage and before we get this landfall here.
Well, what I will say is this. You and Damien have been doing an incredible job. I know you've been on air for what, 2.5, maybe even 3 hours. And you've been giving folks nonstop analysis. And for anyone who is sitting at home watching this, believe me, for someone to sit there and do the analysis on air for 2.5 hours plus with no breaks, nonstop, on camera is incredibly impressive. And I've done it for 30 minutes before. 2.5 hours, I don't think I've ever done before. So kudos to you for that. Damien as well, the folks behind the scenes making this possible. But hopefully folks really do appreciate what you're doing. We certainly do at MyRadar, because you are the queen of the team, and you are the Energizer Bunny this evening. So if you do need a break at any point, let me know. I'm here. You have my number. But here in the field, I'm keeping tabs on this. We're about to get in the eye, and our coverage continues. You are rocking it, so I will send it back over to you.
Thank you, Matt, so much. And of course, you're rocking it out in the field. We have a great team of meteorologists. I love working with this great team, learning stuff every day. But Matt, thank you so much. Stay safe. I'm anticipating this footage on Twitter that I will be showing throughout the rest of the evening. Of course, when landfall happens, we'll still be here and showing you what's going on. But Matt, it was nice talking to you. Thank you for your analysis and your perspective on what's going on in the ground. And hopefully we'll talk soon, sooner rather than later.
Most definitely. When this is all over, we got to go to Waffle House.
Yes, I love Waffle House, so let's do that. Okay, Matt. Bye. Stay safe. Okay, guys. So I was reading all your questions in the chat. We're going to try to get you visuals, but Hurricane Nicole has not made landfall just yet. Like our meteorologist Matthew Capucci was saying earlier, you're starting to get in the eye of Hurricane Nicole. So that means conditions will start to calm here in Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce over the next several minutes here. So that's some good news. I know a lot of you watching us from there, and a lot of you still joining us. And I was seeing a lot of your comments. It's getting some of you, worried about what's going to go on with the storm. And we're here to keep you up to date on what's going on, at least through landfall. And of course, we'll have updates. If you're watching us on the app, you could join the conversation. A lot of chatter going on YouTube, on Facebook, a lot of people chatting within each other. And hopefully that helps you guys out, helps you feel like a community and going through the storm. Because I know sometimes, especially with what happened earlier this year with Hurricane Ian, it can feel a little bit scary. But what we're here to do is to help lessen that feeling and, of course, give you up to date and give you these impact analysis over the next several hours. So if you have any questions, I haven't seen any questions here in quite a bit of time, but if you want to ask questions, send them in the chat. I'll try to get through them. There's just been so much chatter, I can't scroll back here. But if I didn't get to your question, just re-ask it in the chat. Of course, we're going to be here through landfall. It's almost 2 a.m. here, so we're going to get that new update from the National Hurricane Center here in the next 20 minutes as we are anticipating this landfall here very closely. We are starting to see 60-mile-per-hour wind gust across the Space Coast there in Melbourne, Florida, early this morning. So definitely keeping our eye on the impacts that may occur across Florida's East Coast. A lot of rainfall, of course. I think that will be one of the biggest impacts here as we get of course, 5 to 7 plus inches across portions of Central Florida and even across Georgia and the Carolinas here. And I drank a lot of coffee before this live just to stay up with you guys. And I know a lot of you guys are really worried about where the storm is headed. As you can see on radar here on the side here on the screen, this is what it looks like now. This is what's happening now. And of course, starting to get hopefully landfall here soon of this storm system. That way, once it pushes inland, it gets out of here pretty fast and conditions will improve over the next several hours and even over the next several days. But I did see a couple of you, not necessarily maybe not watching us in Florida, maybe from elsewhere. So if you're watching us from elsewhere, let me know. If you're worried about what's going to happen across the Southeast, just let me know where you're watching from. I really am curious to see where you're watching. And, I like seeing your reports here. Some of you saying it's windy in your area, in your city. And when you comment, if you want to know where it is, let me know where exactly in Florida, maybe your county too. That way we can give more perspective for maybe somebody who's in the same area. I did see a lot of people here they're neighbors to each other. So, it's good to see that conversation going, keep it going for tonight, help each other out. And, something important too, if you know anybody who's new to the area, maybe giving them some pointers on what they can do during these types of systems. If you're a native Floridian, you know how to handle these storms. I know some of you guys are resilient. Make sure you're helping your friends and neighbors throughout the next several hours here. But of course, ask your questions. Don't be afraid to reach out. We're going to try to get to each and every single one of these questions as we head through the rest of the evening, of course, through landfall here. So we're closing in on 2 a.m. Damien, I hope you're doing good back there. Damien helping us out here this evening has joined me for this late night coverage of Hurricane Nicole. And of course, we want to keep you covered during these types of storm systems. This is a very impactful hurricane coming into portions of Florida's East Coast. As you can see, maybe making that, at least on the MyRadar app, looks like it's making a northwesterly kind of turn there to the north into Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach may start to get in on the center of the storm here. So let's see, people asking for Central Florida, North Florida. Let's see, Brevard County. You guys were hit hard earlier with the waves and even rip current risk that's in that area. But you should not be on the coast there. Those areas are under evacuation zones. I know maybe they were issuing curfews in that area. A lot of businesses are closed, airports, in anticipation of the storm. So stay safe. Try to stay home if you can. It's not safe to be out during this type of storm. Let's see. Someone saying wicked winds in Southwest Palm Bay. So definitely not surprised. So somebody asking about Flagler. So let's show you, let's go through the forecast here for the next several hours. So I have the rainfall totals here pulled up Damien, if you can pull that up there full screen so we can walk through the forecast here over the next several hours. And I'll have another update once we get off the air here. I'll have a morning update for you guys for the anticipation of this going into the southeast and even the Carolinas in the next several hours. So we'll have that update too for you guys. Maybe you're watching us from the Carolinas or even Georgia. Expect the impacts of this to start to increase tomorrow afternoon into Friday. And then if you're in the Northeast, the Midwest, maybe you're up late with us, maybe you're night owl, just looking for coverage, you are also going to see the impacts of this storm here within the next couple hours. So again, I do want to reiterate, this is nothing like Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian was a major hurricane that made landfall in Southwest Florida. Unfortunately, some of those communities are still recovering. A lot of rainfall anticipated for these same areas. So that's not good news for them. They definitely cannot use any more rainfall. And even a little bit of wind in that area, especially after such an impactful weather. But that's not going to be what this storm is going to be. But I also don't want you to downplay the impacts of flooding that is possible with this, even gusty winds that may give us, even create those power outages here over the next several hours. So definitely be prepared for that. It's not going to be a widespread, you're not going to be out of power for days, at least in some communities, but I do anticipate some of you guys to be without power here over the next several hours. So charge your phones up if you're watching us. Make sure those are charged, and just stay safe. And again, if you live anywhere in Central Florida, even Tampa and portions of Jacksonville, the central north first coast there, definitely need to be anticipating this tornado risk. So Damien, let's put WSI at full screen and let's walk you through the forecast. So somebody from Texas there. I'm from Texas too, so thank you for joining us tonight. Maybe watching Hurricane Nicole coverage. So so what you see on your screen there, someone from Arizona, good morning to you watching us in Arizona, Texas, the Carolinas here. So definitely important information that you need to know with this if you're in the Carolinas. Okay, so let's walk you through the forecast. And if you still have questions, don't be afraid to ask in the chat. A lot of you talking to each other, keeping each other calm during these types of storms. So that's a good thing to see this late in the morning. I know we are up with you. It's almost 2 a.m. Once that new Hurricane Center update comes in, we will give you an update, but I'm not anticipating big changes with Nicole. We're just waiting for the official call of landfall over Florida's East Coast. So let's take a look at the rainfall potential here. So this is over the next 3 days. And I want to start with this because I think this is going to be one of the biggest and the greatest impacts with the storm. Flooding is always a big risk, especially with landfalling hurricanes or any type of storm system. And it's something that should not be downplayed. This is why we have the slogan, turn around, don't drown, do not drive in flooded roadways. Even 2 feet of water can pick up objects and even your vehicle. So that's definitely important to know. So 5 to 7 plus inches of rainfall across Georgia, the Carolinas, and even across Central Florida here. So that's what we're anticipating. We are anticipating river flooding as well along the St. Johns River that flooded during Hurricane Ian. So we are anticipating that for this Hurricane Nicole here. So something very important if you live along those areas. I know earlier I was seeing along Jacksonville's, some of those communities along the St. Johns River were actually evacuated. So you should not be in that area because they are anticipating that flooding. But here's a look at the wind threat. So we could get hurricane force wind gusts across the East Coast, but I think for the most part, most of you get with those tropical storm force winds here within the next couple hours, 50 to 73 miles per hour, and then heading into the rest of the night. So here's a look at the current winds. Looks like our meteorologist Matthew Kipichi was saying, winds were dying down, the conditions were dying down because you are getting in on the eye of the storm right now, right before it makes official landfall. 50 mile per hour wind gusts are riding across the central coast of Florida, some Cape Canaveral, Melbourne, Daytona Beach. Winds starting to increase across Central Florida. and even all across South Florida. And then take a look at this. So the wind gusts in the next several hours. So by 3 a.m., so that's in the next hour or so, those winds will start to increase. We may get hurricane force winds across Cape Canaveral and even Melbourne there. So this is why they have highlighted that area for possibility. Again, this is the future wind gust. So this is the possibility of seeing max wind gusts up to this level. Will they see it? They might not, but it's definitely a possibility over this area. So be prepared for these type of wind impacts, especially across those areas. And then even across Central Florida, we may potentially see wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour, tropical storm force winds, and that'll continue heading into the rest of the evening here. So look at those wind gusts heading into lunchtime, about 50 mile per hour wind gusts all the way down into 40. And so, you know, something else too with Hurricane Nicole is the storm surge, and that also may be potential on Florida's west coast just because of the timing of high tide and as that storm system pushes in this area in the afternoon. So that's definitely something we're watching, not only on the east coast but also on the west coast and the northwest coast in the Florida Panhandle. So you have family members that live there, maybe somebody on the coast, just put that just keep that in mind and keep, inform them of what's going on there. So the severe weather risk is something else that I want to mention because, you know, we do have these tropical storms, but we do have the potential of these quick spin ups within these bands of rain that are coming with this tropical storm system. This is going to increase early this morning. We're already starting to increase of that, but like the increase of the tornado potential over this area, but that'll also increase across the Carolinas, Georgia, over the next several hours. So that's something we want to keep in mind as well. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci will be on the ground chasing these storms early in the morning. So you're going to get plenty of updates on our social media. Make sure you're following us on there. We give you as many updates as we can. And if you have any friends or family that speak Spanish, we also have updates in Spanish on there as well. So something very important to note with this storm. And I don't want to downplay it at all. I never like to downplay a storm. It's not going to be anything like Hurricane Ian was, but it's still important to be aware of the impacts of flooding, wind, and even severe weather into the next several hours here. Because, you know, it only takes one person, one community, one area to be affected by a hurricane and it be, you know, a catastrophe for some of these communities, because you could get flooded out, or you could have these strong winds that maybe could potentially have power outages in your area. So that's something to keep in mind. Don't downplay the impacts of the storm, although this is nothing. This is not going to be anything like what was Hurricane Ian. So I want to reiterate for those of you that are maybe worried about the impacts of the storm, it's not going to be anything like Ian, but don't downplay the flooding risks, the wind, and even the storm surge across Florida's east coast. So continue to talk in the chat here. I'm going to read your questions. Let's see. So right now we're not seeing any alerts, at least in terms of severe weather. But we still have those hurricane warnings in effect for those areas across the Florida coast. But so far right now, we don't have any severe weather warnings to talk about early this morning. That's going to change, especially in this early morning hour. So let's see. But yes, we are anticipating these winds and a lot of rainfall early in the morning. I think if you're in Orlando, Jacksonville, Daytona is really when the worst of the weather will arrive. So just hang in there. I know a lot of businesses closed here in Orlando. I anticipate the same for Jacksonville, Gainesville, a lot of rainfall, the severe weather threat that's going to continue over these areas. Somebody watching us from Georgia. So let's talk a little bit about those inland impacts, because I don't think I've showed those enough. We're really focusing on Florida, which is the important part. Right now it's making landfall. The impacts are going to be here within the next couple hours. But if you're watching us from the southeast coast or even the Carolinas, you still have time to prepare for possibility of rain, a lot of rainfall. If you have stuff to do outdoors, definitely take advantage of today if you're in Georgia and the Carolinas, because the rain will only increase, the wind will also increase. And in Georgia, I used to live in Atlanta, and I remember some of these tropical systems making landfall. And although the wind wasn't too gusty, you still got power outages because this area, it's not tropical. You're not used to seeing these types of storm systems coming inland. So you can still get, trees to come down even with, a lot of rainfall. Those soils are very saturated, especially with the amount of rainfall you already received. That can really topple some trees down and really make way for some power outages, even in Georgia. So, that's something I want to reiterate. I used to live out there in Atlanta, really fun city, great city there, lots of outdoor activity. But again, today will be the last day that you can take advantage of that before all the rainfall comes. And of course, that impactful weather that could affect even portions of Georgia. And then as we play, so let's play this out. So this is looking at tomorrow afternoon, and this is 2 p.m. So you can see by tomorrow afternoon, the center of the storm of what will be Tropical Storm Nicole is just on the Florida's west coast. That aligns with right around where high tide could potentially be. High tide, I think, is a little bit more in the evening, so it could be between 5 and 6, and you can see why we could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge across Florida's west coast, because around 6, that storm is already in the Panhandle coming into Georgia, and then the rain will start to increase. But not only that, some of these bands, so some of these feeder bands could have these quick spin ups, and that's where we have the severe weather risk heading into tomorrow after sunset. Sunset's earlier, so that also makes it dangerous because you don't have as much daylight. So if something were to happen, you can't really see it visually, and that's what makes it potentially dangerous. So that's what we're watching, at least heading into the evening hours. Into the Carolinas and Georgia. And then you can see as we head into overnight Friday, it's going to be a pretty rainy one if you're in Georgia, even Alabama and the Carolinas there. You're going to start to see the rain increase if you're anywhere in the Northeast and the Midwest. And then eventually this comes over portions of the Northeast by Friday afternoon. You can see there. And like our meteorologist was highlighting earlier, we could see the potential of possibly some severe weather in portions of the Northeast there. So I definitely do see that. And then you can see a lot of that rainfall. So flooding risks also increasing for portions of the Midwest. But, it's been a crazy weather pattern. Not only are we tracking a hurricane on Thursday, November 10th, we also have the first blizzard of the winter season occurring across the central plains there. We saw an atmospheric river earlier in the week as well across California, and that's where we saw some of those high snowfall totals. Our storm chaser Aaron Jajak is actually chasing the blizzard right now, so that's where he is and giving us visuals on what's going on there, because that's also impactful weather that's occurring in the north central plains. So not only are we getting the hurricane today, we're also getting blizzards. We got an atmospheric river earlier this week. Has been wild in terms of weather. So you're getting every little piece of season here, with even severe weather ramping up in portions of the central plains here, even for this afternoon. So not only we're watching the potential of severe weather in Florida, but there's also severe weather in the central plains, blizzards, rainfall. It's just a crazy week in terms of weather. And this is really where we're starting to get that kind of change over into the season. This is why we typically, just a week ago, we saw a severe weather outbreak in the central plains there. One of those storms in Idabel, Oklahoma was rated an EF4 tornado. So, it's just the clash of the seasons. You get cold air behind these frontal systems, this upper level energy as well that's pretty strong. And then on the warm side, you get severe weather risks. And, this is just a clash of the seasons. This is why we call, at least this late in the year, second severe storm season. And then you could even get a tropical system. This is why the tropical season ends November 30th, at least in the Atlantic. The Pacific hurricane season has also been well above average, and they are a little bit different. They run from mid-May to mid-November. So their hurricane season is actually almost over, but they're well ahead of their typical season in the Eastern Pacific. So we're talking about those landfalling hurricanes in Mexico. We even saw an Eastern Pacific storm affect portions of California earlier this year. So it's been a crazy last half of 2022. And it's definitely not surprising to see a storm, at least a hurricane this late in the season, but this strong. It's a little surprising. It's been quite a bit of time since we've seen a landfalling hurricane in Florida's East Coast since 1935. Since 1985, we haven't seen a landfalling hurricane in the United States in November. And the landfalling hurricane was Kate in November 21st. So definitely a lot of interesting stuff with Hurricane Nicole, seeing it this late in the season. And of course, we had a hurricane earlier this year in Florida, very impactful. It only takes one to affect a community. And unfortunately, we're already seeing another one in the state of Florida. But of course, we are here to keep you updated until landfall here. So you guys keep chatting, keep each other company here. I'm gonna take a look to see if we got the new hurricane update, which it's 2:07, so I'm sure it's in. So let's take a look at that and see what they are saying. So a buoy just 25 miles east of Cape Canaveral reported a sustained wind of 49 miles per hour, gusts of 65 miles per hour. A weather station at Patrick Air Force Base recently reported a sustained wind of 53 miles per hour and a wind gust of 61 miles per hour. A tide gauge at Fernandina Beach, Florida, one of my favorite places in the entire world, observed a water level of 4.5 feet above mean higher water. So Fernandina Beach, you're already starting to see some of that tide water rise in the area. And if you don't know where Fernandina Beach is, it's right on Florida's north coast. It's one of the most northern cities in Florida, and they're well away from the center of Hurricane Nicole, and they are already starting to see water rise over that area. So that just tells you how wide the storm and how far reaching Hurricane Nicole is. So let's actually pull that on the map here. So there's the radar app. So here's the center of circulation. The NHC was highlighting NOAA tide gauge in Fernandina Beach, Florida. One of my favorite areas in the whole entire world. I come here frequently, so I know exactly what they're talking about. But you can see there's Fernandina Beach, and you're starting to get some of the rain, but water rise is also occurring over this area. So that's crazy to see. There's Fernandina Beach, and here's the center of the storm, just miles away from where the center of the storm is. So yeah, those are just the latest stats from the National Hurricane Center, and that was the latest update with their 2 a.m. Update here. Damien, hope you're feeling good back there. I know it's a long night here, and just getting updates on Hurricane Nicole here as it's very close to making landfall. Looks like the center of the storm. So I'm not exactly sure. I think if the full center of the storm is over land is how they call landfall, but it really just depends on the storm. And where, the National Hurricane Center calls it landfall. But, I like seeing the reports here. Somebody's saying, let's see. Just a lot of rain here in Orlando. Looks like a lot of wind. Not exactly sure where that wind is, but somebody's saying it's windy where they are. Let's see. Just a lot of chatter between you guys. But a lot of people on the East Coast and South Florida. I know South Florida, very populous area. It looks like we just got, 60 mile per hour wind gusts being reported. So let's actually take a look at these power outages, because I am seeing on social media that these are going up. It looks like, so actually the color did change. So I was seeing earlier. So wow, this number has jumped quite a bit since we checked in on it let's say like 30 minutes ago. So last time I looked at the power outages, it was about 2,300 customers without power. Now it's up to 55. You're seeing it there on the MyRadar app, all of that blue. Now, Brevard County, your power outages are starting to go up. So, you know, as the wind's starting to come in, we're getting close to landfall. 4,000 customers without power in Brevard County. So Brevard County, Cocoa Beach, Titusville, the Space Coast, Sebastian, Vero Beach, Indian River County, 2,000 customers without power. St. Lucie County, 7,000 customers without power. So that's definitely jumped here over the last several hours. 4,000 customers without power in Martin County, and then Palm Beach County, 8,000 customers without power. So it's no surprise that we're seeing these power outages go up. Brevard County, and take a look at this. So looks like we're starting to get some in the North Coast too. So 1,000 customers without power in Putnam County and Nassau County. I love this area. 1,000 customers without power. You know, it's no surprise. You know, the National Hurricane Center was reporting water rise in this area. So power outages going up there as well. So I anticipate this to go on throughout the rest of the evening. Let's see. Yeah. So, you know, anticipate this. This is why we talk about these storms. You know, power outages are definitely possible, especially with the amount of rainfall that's coming in here. And, you know, with the wind coming in here, some of, you know, these areas gusting close to hurricane storm force winds there. Somebody was saying wicked wind in Palm Bay. That's south. Someone from Fernandina Beach is watching us. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like conditions are starting to worsen across Brevard County here in Florida. So this is one of those areas that had mandatory evacuations. Oh, wow. Seeing video from Daytona Beach. Pretty crazy there. Winds right now. Vero Beach as well. Let's see if we have any updates from our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci. He had great footage earlier. You know, we got some really great insight from him, giving us, you know, what he's seeing out in the field there. And, you know, he's going to go chase this threat of severe weather, possible land spouts, or not land spouts, water spouts there across eastern coast of Florida. Let's see. So someone from Sanford, our neighbor, a lot of wind and rain. Yeah. I would anticipate that's going to increase. I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see power outages once this makes landfall, starting to increase over that area. And of course, we're going to be with you here through landfall. Yeah, Cocoa Beach definitely was getting the brunt of the storm earlier. And, you know, with this storm system, it's so wide. It's such a large system in general. It is a hurricane. You can see a large eye as well. And that just means that the impacts of wind and even rain extend far from the center of the storm. So that's why we always like to say, don't focus too much on where the track of the storm is, because these impacts, especially with how Hurricane Nicole was set up, it was a subtropical storm earlier this week. And so that just means a wider field of wind, and that's still right now, it's still tropical. It was a tropical storm, but we're still getting, even as a hurricane, it's still a large wind field here and a lot of rainfall, even coming into portions of the southeast coast. The wind was also pretty gusty up there, and that's why it's no surprise that we're seeing even power outages extending into central portions of Florida there, north central, and even all the way up into Florida's first coast there. We're starting to see the power outages increase. And, you know, a lot of you guys reporting too, the wind is picking up in your area. And, you know, crazy winds keeping you up here at night. Yeah, so rain and wind. Yeah, power outages increasing here. Even, Matthew Capucci was saying that he was seeing some, I think he, in his tweet, was saying some power flashes there because of the power outages. Let's see if we have any more updates on our Twitter here. Like I said earlier, our storm chaser Aaron Jajak is actually chasing the blizzard in the northern plains. So that's just telling you how crazy November weather has been. Hurricane landfalling in Florida. We have the first blizzard of the winter season in the northern plains. We also have severe weather risk in the central plains. There's an atmospheric river earlier this week. It's definitely a week where anywhere in the country you're going to get some sort of impactful weather. Let's see. Yeah, so storm surge flooding down there. Power flickering in and out for some of these areas. So let's see. We definitely do have a severe weather risk in central Florida, but I think the primary risk of severe weather is definitely across the east coast of Florida and the northeast of Florida as well. Could be north of Orlando still has a severe weather risk too, but I think primarily for these quick spin ups, it's definitely across Florida's first coast there, from Daytona to Jacksonville there. Someone saying, Monique saying a lot of rain and wind in Fernandina. So Tampa won't get a direct hit. Somebody asking about Tampa, but you definitely will see the wind and the rain in that region. It'll be a tropical storm by the time it comes close to Tampa, but just north of Tampa, if you live anywhere from Cedar Key to just to the south of Panama City, storm surge, just because of how it aligns with high tide, will definitely be impactful in that area. Just reading all your chatter in the chat. Some of you are really funny. But some of you are really helpful, helping your neighbors out. Some of you in the same areas. Someone saying Ormond Beach is starting to get Florida, starting to get these. And some of you are saying you can't sleep just because of how loud the storm is. Winds battering, rain. Somebody asking if this will strengthen as it hits into the Gulf. So that's definitely not a possibility. It'll be very weak when it makes its inland approach. And the only worry I think I have with the storm coming on the west side is the storm surge and the rainfall. A lot of rain coming for you guys there. And of course, with the alignment, like I said earlier, of high tide, the storm surge could potentially be impactful in that area. So let's take a look. So you have the MyRadar up there. We're getting really close to landfall here, guys. You can see the center of the storm is right over land. So Port St. Lucie from Fort Pierce, Lakewood Park, Vero Beach, your conditions are about to calm here over the next several hours. So we're getting really, really close to this landfall. Let's see if the National Hurricane Center is giving us any updates here. So Nicole still has winds of 75 miles per hour, still has a central pressure of 980 millibars. Hasn't really changed much with that. No, of course, we don't anticipate this to change. We didn't anticipate it to change very much. It's moving at 14 miles per hour. So not too fast, but not too slow over that area. But as it makes its inland approach, of course, dropping a lot of rainfall. And looks like winds are starting to pick up south there of where Nicole is making landfall. Strong winds being reported. Vero Beach. Let's see if I can see any other. So what's interesting about this too, the Artemis 1 launch was supposed to be on Sunday and they had to push it back to Wednesday. It's still on the launch pad. This is supposed to sustain winds of category 1. So that's very interesting to see it. It's still out there in the Space Coast. So yeah, Artemis 1 is still sitting on pad 39B. As we speak right now, of course, the launch was delayed until Wednesday. It's had a very bad luck. I think last time, it was, on almost launching was the same week that Hurricane Ian made landfall. So definitely has not had the best luck with it. We'll have to see if they can get it up in the air by Wednesday. But definitely very interesting timing, especially with how late this hurricane is in the season. Something that, of course, us here at MyRadar have been watching very closely as well. So somebody asking how long before Brevard County is out of the woods. I would say within the next couple hours. I don't think conditions will improve there for quite a bit of time, especially as it comes inland and then comes into portions of Florida's west coast. So I think really by Friday, conditions will be much better. Maybe even late Thursday. You're still going to get some rain, but the bulk of the heavy rainfall, really the most impactful weather will be right now, at least through Thursday afternoon. If you're anywhere in Brevard County, maybe even Volusia County and south of those areas. Yeah, we're definitely anticipating this to weaken as it makes its inland approach, but weaken is still tropical storm with tropical storm force winds and a lot of rainfall. I don't want to downplay that rainfall threat heading into the next several hours, because I think that's something that people don't really pay attention to, and it's always the most impactful portion of the storm. Even storm surge is a big risk factor with these hurricanes. So storm surge, anything with water, really, that's what really creates the biggest issues. And even the wind is mostly for power outages, but of course, the wind brings up all of this rain and all the ocean water into the coast, especially with these gusty winds. So that's definitely something you guys need to be paying attention to over the next several hours here. So Suwannee County, somebody watching us from there. A lot of you reporting, the winds picking up in your area. Curious to know where you are if you're the one saying that the wind has been picking up. But a lot of you joining us late this evening. Yeah, so if you're thinking about, you're watching us now and you're getting ready for bed or, getting ready for tomorrow. If you live in Florida, just make sure to have those alerts turned on your phone. Make sure to know what to do if there happens to be a tornado warning in your area. These are going to be quick spin ups, but I want you to know where to go. if you do happen to be under tornado warning, because that's also another risk factor. Just get in the most interior portion of your home, a hallway, a closet, anything that doesn't have windows, if you do happen to be under a tornado warning, because that's definitely a possibility. Not everybody will be under a tornado warning, but if you do happen to be in one, just be prepared for that. Let's see. A lot of you guys checking out, stay safe. We'll be here at least through landfall. So this is getting really close. As you can see there, on the left side of your screen, we have the MyRadar app. Of course, you have me on screen there. But zooming in, and I'm going to keep it zoomed in here. Landfall is very close. Vero Beach, you're right in the center of the storm. And, you know, anticipating landfall before 3 a.m. So we have another 30 minutes here, but doesn't mean that that's going to be exactly when it's going to be making landfall. And of course, like if you're watching us from the southeast, I'm going to have an update for you guys as you wake up this morning. Or if you have people that, you know, you can share that video to, we'll have an update after we do this live. And then of course, our team of meteorologists, Matthew Capucci, he's going to be out in the field reporting, and of course our meteorologist Mike Linden as well, keeping you up to date on what's happening with the storm throughout the rest of the day today. We have Spanish updates too on our Spanish account, so if you know anybody that speaks Spanish, or maybe you have questions in Spanish for us tonight, I can answer them for you if you're worried about that as well. And I'm seeing a lot of you guys, you know, really worried about the storm, but you know, it'll be okay. You guys will be okay throughout the evening. Just know what to do if you do happen to be under tornado warning. I know it's going to be really windy and rainy for a large portion of the time there, but just hang in there. You know, this hurricane, as it's making landfall, will weaken significantly as it comes inland into a tropical storm. And so we're not anticipating hurricane force winds like we did with the last hurricane over portions of Florida. I know I was in Orlando and we were even getting hurricane force winds. It'll be tropical storm force winds, but that doesn't mean that it won't create power outages. So it won't be widespread like last time, but I think some of you will still be seeing power outages in your area. So be prepared for tropical storm force winds. So that's winds up to 73 miles per hour. That's tropical storm force up to. And then the rainfall, 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. We may get some of that flooding again in portions of central Florida and even portions of the north coast of Florida and even on Florida's west coast there. And if you're on the coastal locations, you also have the potential of seeing storm surge as the storm goes over. So somebody was asking too, does it have a chance of strengthening as it comes over water? So it might not fully go over water actually. And as you can see the track of the storm, of course, this could go anywhere. It can go a little bit more in the water or more inland, but I don't want you to focus on the track. I don't really think it'll strengthen anymore as it makes inland, as it comes inland and then eventually comes into portions of the southeast. But again, we are anticipating storm surge across Florida's west coast, and then as it comes inland into portions of Georgia, a lot of rainfall and even that severe weather threat in the afternoon. So it'll be moving into these areas pretty quickly. And then you're going to see, you know, very close to landfall here over the next several minutes here. We might get an official landfall, just waiting for the Hurricane Center. But once it makes landfall, it'll weaken significantly. Right now, it has winds of 75 miles per hour. For it to be classified as a hurricane, it needs 74 mile per hour wind. So it's right on the edge there. It's a low-end Category 1 hurricane, and then as it comes inland, it'll become a tropical storm, and then eventually a tropical depression as it comes into the mid-Atlantic, and then in the northeast, whatever's left of Hurricane Nicole. So I know a lot of you guys just ready to be done with hurricane season, but hang in there. I know it's been a very long season with what we already saw, and you know, it's November 10th, and we're still seeing, we still have about 20 days left of the hurricane season. So don't let your guard down now. And this is why we always like to tell you guys to stay prepared ahead of the storms, stay prepared in advance, and continue to stay prepared. You know, I know we had one impactful hurricane already this year, but of course, this could happen, you know, in November still, and this is why the hurricane season goes until November 30th. So just stay safe, guys. Be prepared for rain, a lot of wind, even power outages there. And I know for myself, we live in Orlando. We are located in Orlando, Florida. I know our whole team was being prepared as well for power outages and the impacts of rainfall here. And Damien keeping me company in the background, running this live stream. So it's him and I tonight with you guys, keeping you up to date on the storm. And of course, if you're worried about the storm, feel free to ask the questions. I know a lot of you guys saying you can't sleep because of the anticipation of the storm and being in the storm. So, you know, just be prepared. You know, that's the best thing, is to be prepared for the storm and for the arrival of this, as you know, making landfall on Florida's East Coast there. And I'm just trying to catch up on what a lot of you are saying here. So a lot of you guys talking with each other, keep doing that. You know, it really helps some of these people who are scared, you know, jumping on and seeing what's going on with the storm, especially in the month of November. I know the holidays are around the corner. We're just days away from Thanksgiving, and, you know, a month and a half away from Christmas. So just hang in there. Things will get better after the storm passes over this area. So a lot of you guys reporting that the wind is picking up in your area. But still a lot of you guys, it's 2:30 here, or it's almost 3 a.m. And, you know, a lot of you still watching us. So I really do appreciate you guys staying up with us, you know, and I hope this information has been helpful. You know, maybe relaying this to your family. Maybe you don't live in Florida, but you're giving this information to family members who are down there. And, you know, if you're watching us on the app too, feel free to jump in the conversation. If you feel the same way, maybe not sure what to do, a lot of the chatters happening in the chat. I know some of you guys helping each other out, which is great to see, especially during these types of storms that are coming in. It's good to see, you know, Floridians helping each other out. So if you're watching us on the app, and if you want to join the conversation, we are on YouTube there. You can comment, send your question in. We're also on Facebook, or maybe you don't want to publicly post your question. You can send us a DM on Twitter or even Facebook. You can find my personal Facebook account, my meteorologist page account on Facebook as well. You can send me on there if you don't feel comfortable doing it on there. But there's several ways for you to submit your question or your concern with this hurricane. And of course, we're going to be here through landfall over the next several hours. So a lot of questions coming in now. And yes, stay indoors. But a lot of you coming from, let's see, Daytona Beach, Fort Pierce. A lot of you guys from Port St. Lucie have been in the chat. Concerns about Daytona Beach. North Central Florida is getting in on the winds. Hello, Matthew Capucci. I see your comment there. From DC, but in Florida. Okay, so yeah, a lot of you guys saying it's getting pretty wild where you are. Let's see if we get any. I'm just right now I'm just kind of browsing through Twitter and seeing if I can see any footage coming from the coast there. I'm seeing a lot of this satellite coverage, or the Artemis coverage here, which is really interesting. It's still outside right now, and it can sustain category 1 hurricane force winds. So that's really interesting with this storm. Okay, so our meteorologist Matthew Capucci just has a report from inside. So let's actually show that. So let's put WSI in full screen so we can put this update from our meteorologist Matthew Capucci there. I'm not sure if you can take audio, Damien, from the iPad, so let me know if you can do that, but let's see if we can get Matt's video up.
By the eye of Hurricane Nicole
Not
here
sure
in
if
Fort Pierce,
you can
Florida.
get
You can see
audio on
behind
there,
me,
Damien.
the wind has died down a little bit, but we're still seeing some mist
Let me
across.
know if you can or not.
And good morning, gang, from inside the eye of Hurricane Nicole here in Fort Pierce, Florida. You can see behind me, the wind has died down a little bit, but we're still seeing some mist across the area. This is not that textbook, picture-perfect clear eye you sometimes see on satellite images when you have major hurricanes. This is not that. Now, I'm looking up. The cloud deck seems to have lifted a little bit. We're not seeing as much in the way of, cloud cover as earlier. Still overcast skies. We will not see the stars as you sometimes see in those higher-end storms. Over here, leaves still rustling a little bit. We're getting winds about, say, 10-ish miles per hour, but things have died down markedly compared to the 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts we saw earlier on. That said, still north of the center, we're seeing an onshore flow up and down the Space Coast of Florida near Titusville. That'll be an issue. They got a gust to, I think, 82 miles per hour at Cape Canaveral earlier on. But this is the beginning of improvement. Now, we'll see about probably an hour and a half to 2 hours here in Fort Pierce inside the eye. Then later on this morning, of course, the eye moves inland. We see the backside of the storm here, but concern is also growing for tornado potential, especially up and down the Treasure Coast, the Space Coast, towards more in the direction of Daytona Beach. And I think really Jacksonville starts their day with that tornado potential. And they see sort of the more realistic tornado potential after about like 8, 9 o'clock this morning as a feeder band pivots north. The issue is that dry air wrapping in with counterclockwise circulation in the backside of the storm will help kick up one little band of supercells, low-top spinning thunderstorms that will just kind of feed towards the coastline all morning long. So first, I'd say Jacksonville early this morning, right around 9, 10 a.m., eventually moving towards Savannah, Georgia, after lunchtime, and maybe around supper time in the direction of like Charleston, South Carolina. So it'll be a long day ahead. The threat is kind of moving away from storm surge flooding and strong winds to more of that inland rainfall. Still gusty winds, a couple power outages, but more of that tornado risk, and even the potential for some mid-Atlantic tornadoes tomorrow, meaning Friday. So something to watch there. I'll be tracking that too, heading back to DC tomorrow. But here you see, this is the eye, and we'll have much more on MyRadar throughout the morning.
So yeah, you just heard it from our meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who we talked to earlier, and he gave us some great insight of what's going on in Fort Pierce, Florida, where he set up for the anticipation of landfall, and he's right inside the eye, which is crazy. It's dark, so can't really see much, at least in terms of daylight, but he was in the center of the storm. He's still out there now. I know earlier he was reporting 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, storm surge, flooding was out there. I think he was in one of the barrier islands, he said earlier. But he was reporting too, as it was coming inland, conditions were calming pretty rapidly. And I know a lot of you guys are out there. So great to see him out there giving us visuals of what's going on in the ground. And of course, a very important update from our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, who is in Fort Pierce, Florida, chasing the storm for us. So, he's so great at being out in the field and staying safe. So he's an expert in that respect. And you definitely should, definitely don't be out there during the storm. It's pretty dangerous. And especially, if you're under, there's some areas that, were evacuated because of Hurricane Nicole and the impacts that are going to bring. So just stay safe out there, guys. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is going to be on the storm the rest of the evening. He's had a long couple days, chasing the storm, and he's going to be in Florida's first coast here within the next couple of hours. So if you live anywhere in Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, he'll be up there giving us visuals. And of course, I know a lot of meteorologists are in the state right now covering the storm. So definitely a crazy time right now, especially in the weather world where we're watching this. Hurricane Nicole for November 10th, a very rare hurricane making landfall on Florida's east coast. And all that blue you're seeing on your screen are the power outages that are continuing to go up. So let's give you a quick update on that. So right now, 57,000 customers are without power. And it looks like if you're in Levy County, so Levy County is on this side of the west coast of Florida, your power outages are also going up there too. Nassau County reporting 1,000, Brevard County 1,600 customers without power. So that's definitely going up there. Indian River 4,000, St. Lucie 8,000, and even at Martin County and Palm Beach County at 8,000 customers without power. So right now 57,000 customers without power right now. So of course that's just customers. That's each location people, in terms of people, it's much higher than this. So a lot of you without power this evening. And, no surprise, a lot of you in the chat were saying that the winds were going up in your area. So, and that's why it's important, to stay safe, charge your phones if you can while you still have power. And of course, tune into us, share this stream if you want to your friends and family. Again, if you're watching us on the app, you can join the conversation on YouTube and even Facebook. Keep each other company there. I know a lot of you are very scared of the storm. And, after such an impactful year in Florida with hurricanes landfalling, it's definitely important to stay ahead of this storm as it's making landfall in Florida. So let's take a look and give you a quick update on those winds. So let's put the winds up there. I want to see what they're doing. I'm not sure if this is updated just yet, but so it looks like, yeah, it's going in and out in Orlando. We're getting 40 mile per hour wind gusts here, or wind speeds, 50 across the Space Coast. Might be higher than that in terms of gusts over that region. You Floridians are very resilient to these types of tropical systems. If you have neighbors that are new to the state, make sure just to, keep up to date with them, make sure they're okay. A little help goes a long way. So let's see if we have any new updates from the National Hurricane Center. Nothing so far yet. So our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is inside the eye of the storm. Being battered hard with the storm. Starting to see, looks like earlier, even St. Augustine was seeing flooding earlier this afternoon. So some of the outer bands actually have very strong winds associated with them. So what we mean with outer bands is, they're in Melbourne, across Brevard County. So that's why we're seeing, it's no surprise that we're seeing those power outages in that area this morning. So, those power outages going up pretty quickly in that region. Seeing if we can get some of those winds to show up here. So let's do the surface winds just to get a little better picture of what's going on there. You can kind of see the center of the storm. So a lot of you guys tuning in tonight, really do appreciate all the questions that you're asking, keeping each other company, keeping me and Damien back here company as we, we're riding out the storm with you guys. We're in Orlando. And although we're not on the coast, we're still going to see a lot of these impacts. So riding out the storm with you guys here from our headquarters here in Orlando, Florida. Not really sure if what kind of conditions we're seeing here now. I haven't had a chance to look outside the window. Not sure if you know what's going on back there, Damien, but I'm anticipating a lot of rainfall and even the wind that's starting to pick up here in Orlando, Florida, Orange County. So let's see. Let's see if we can get any quick updates here. We've been live with you here for a couple hours now, coming into the 3 a.m. hour. So let's see. 75 mile per hour winds. Seeing some remarkable pictures of people inside the eye of the storm. They can see the moon. And even some stars, which is, guess it's clearing up there. Man, I'm seeing a lot of snow videos too of the blizzard that's going on across the northern plains. It's wind gust. Let's see if we can get some of the latest wind gust here. Let's see. And I'm not sure if we can do this, but I would like to pull up maybe some weather stem cameras. Not sure if we're going to be able to see anything since it's so dark, but we could try just to get more visuals here. So let's go. Maybe you can pull it up on the iPad here in a bit, Damien. So we could also get some of these reports of wind gusts across the state here. So let's see if we can get any cameras, any visuals. I know I'm interested in seeing what's going on in Melbourne. I know a lot of you guys also watching us from there early this morning. And yes, Damien is here with me. Somebody asking about you, Damien. He's back here helping me in the background. You know, he's a trooper. We've been working, you know, a lot over the past several weeks. This weekend weather has just been wild for sure. Like I was saying earlier, we had an atmospheric river earlier in the week. We had a blizzard. Now, a hurricane making landfall in Florida. And then this is coming up into portions of the Mid-Atlantic and even the Northeast. So, heading into the weekend, next week at least, in terms of the national weather, looks much calmer than what we were seeing in comparison to this week. But some of you may still get some impactful weather across the Central Plains and maybe even the West Coast. Yeah, we're still waiting for this landfall. So if you look at the radar here, you know, it could be very close. We're maybe even minutes away from the National Hurricane Center officially calling this a landfall. Because I think it's the center, you know, as the center of the storm goes over land is when they call landfall. It could be anywhere from Fort Pierce, Lakewood Park, maybe, Gifford, Florida, as the storm is coming inland. But you can see it's kind of turning northwesterly. So, you know, some of the greatest impacts are on that northern quadrant there of the storm. So it's no surprise that if you're in Melbourne, the winds are howling there. And even north of that, no surprise, Brevard County is reporting significant power outages going up there. You know, a lot of these impacts increasing for sure there. And right now it has 75 mile per hour wind gust. So that's hurricane force winds. So let's see. Wow. So we had an earlier report from our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, who was in the eye of the storm. I know he's gearing up to go up to Florida's north coast there. Someone's heading to Buc-ee's in Daytona. You know, I frequent that Buc-ee's so much. I am obsessed with Buc-ee's. I'm a Texan, so I gotta love Buc-ee's. But I definitely do not recommend venturing out in this. Maybe wait a little bit before you go there. I know it's very tempting, but definitely stay indoors if you can. You know, flooding will be a big issue here in the next several hours. Yeah. So if you have any questions, anything you would like to see, I feel like I've gone through everything for the most part, but I can go through the forecast here in the next several hours. We're just kind of waiting for landfall and the official report of the National Hurricane Center. We're going to keep you update in the morning with, our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, who's going to be out chasing the storm. He has to sleep at some point. He is full of energy, and I love his energy when it comes to storms and, very insightful knowledge that he has. So, so yeah, he'll be out in the field. Let me take a sip of water real quick. And chasing these storms. So we're going to get great updates from him here in the next couple of hours. But, he's so great at giving us great weather information and keeping us up to date with the storms. He's always out in pretty much any impactful weather. And, it's very important as a meteorologist to get that data, because then it gives us a picture of what's going on in the ground. Not, every weather instrument can tell us the full story. So it's very important to have people out there. But, he's gearing up to go to Florida's North Coast and eventually, going back to DC, where they're expected to get some of the impacts from Hurricane Nicole here. I love all this chatter about Buc-ee's in the chat. My coworkers here know I am obsessed. My phone, I have a little Buc-ee's logo thing on my phone. I love Buc-ee's, but definitely something worth waiting for after the storm. So let's see. I love the chatter. You guys are, staying up with me here almost 3 a.m. and we're waiting for this landfall, but your guys' chatter, sending in the questions, I love to see that in the comments. So somebody asking where we're located. So we're actually, MyRadar, we're located in Orlando, Florida. So our headquarters are here. Our studio, we're in Orlando, Florida, downtown Orlando. If you ever drive by I-4, you can actually see our sign from the highway, which I think is pretty cool. It says MyRadar on there. But yeah, even us, we're riding out the storm here with all the rain and the wind. So just a lot of chatter between you guys. Not really many questions. So I'll go through the forecast here for those that maybe are joining in, waking up to the wind and the rain of Hurricane Nicole here. So let's get you through that forecast. And, I always like to start with the rainfall map. And Damien, if you can put WSI full screen there, that way we can go through this forecast here and then show you what's going on. So I always like to show the rainfall map because as you can see, rain is one of the biggest, rain is one of the biggest impacts with these tropical storms. And, as you can see, like this map is showing 5 to 7 plus inches of rainfall across central Florida, even across Florida's west coast, as we're getting those new updates, new model runs to come in throughout the rest of the morning there. And so you can see that 5 to 7 plus inches of rainfall also extends into portions of the Carolinas and even potentially across the Northeast. So let me actually zoom out. I don't know if anybody from the Northeast or maybe Mid-Atlantic is watching us, but you can see that the rainfall also extends well beyond the Southeast. Like all of these impacts will be well into the portions of the Northeast there. So definitely a lot of rain coming for those areas over the next several days, especially this weekend. If you're up there in the Midwest and Northeast, it's going to be a pretty soggy weekend for you guys. So anticipate that as that storm goes inland. So I don't want to downplay the inland impacts because that's definitely going to be potential as it rides up the East Coast. Winds, maybe not so much those hurricane force winds now that it's making landfall, but definitely going to see tropical storm force winds across central Florida there and extending into portions of the north coast there into Jacksonville. So also anticipating those impacts in those regions throughout the rest of the morning here as we get this landfall from Hurricane Nicole and the rest of the morning there. So that's another impact I want you guys to be aware of. Let's take a look at the current wind speeds. So you're not seeing very much there, at least where the eye is, because the eye is making landfall now. You're going to see those winds, though, picking up across the Space Coast. So that's in our neck of the woods, just a couple of minutes away, or hours, just about an hour away from Orlando. Those winds are starting to pick up as the eye is starting to make landfall here. And of course, just the north of that area, that's where you get some of the gustiest winds with the storm system. So you're definitely seeing those winds pick up. I know a lot of you guys in the comments are saying the wind is maybe what woke you up early this morning. But so let's go back here and show you the future wind gust. So as you can see over the next hour or so, looks like this is loading, so maybe it's not working for a bit. We'll come back to that. But I am anticipating those tropical storm force winds throughout the rest of the morning. And then as you can see, potential storm surge flooding. Not everybody will see this, but like we've already saw this earlier today. And I wouldn't, this is a dangerous threat with hurricanes, is the storm surge. And we already saw some of those impacts earlier today. So definitely something that you need to be paying attention to over the next several hours. With storm surge, even across, look at that, Florida's west coast, because of the alignment with high tide and where the storm will be around afternoon, evening, we do have the potential of seeing 3 to 5 feet of storm surge across Port St. Joe, Perry, Hernando, and just north of Tampa. So if you live up there, that's definitely something you got to be aware of here over the next several hours. So let's push forward and go to, I actually want to show you the severe weather risk map, because you do have the potential of seeing these quick hitters with these storms. And so it looks like we just got a new storm prediction center update with regarding Friday. So this is for today. As you can see, that is so I'm just updating these maps for you guys so you can see them better visually. Looks like the Carolinas through Friday, at least in terms of the severe weather risk. So you're watching me here edit these live. So yes, this is something new. So this is a new update in terms of the severe weather risk with what will be left of Nicole as we get into Friday. So this is for Friday. Let's put that up there. So the Storm Prediction Center highlighting this area for severe weather risk into Friday. Let's give you a quick update on that. I know Matt and I were talking earlier, and we might pull him in here just to get us thinking on this severe weather. Let's see. So the severe weather threat, this is for Friday. So this is day 3. Pretty much for the same area as today. So, your threat is not completely over yet. Severe storms. Yeah, so we might get some quick spin ups here on Friday. So I'm talking about you guys from South Carolina, North Carolina, and even Virginia, and maybe even possibly the Delmarva area there. So definitely watching that very closely here. So that's another risk that we're anticipating. So let's walk you through the future radar. And then I think we're going to pull in Matt again, talk to him a little bit, and then see if we have an official landfall here. But a lot of you guys still talking in the chat. A lot of you guys joining us tonight. I like that you are talking to each other. And so it looks like we might have had, let's see. Maybe an official landfall. Yeah, so Nicole makes landfall along the east coast of Florida, just south of Vero Beach. So let's pull up the MyRadar app, Damien. I'll turn off the power outages layer. And so there it is, officially making landfall with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour, central pressure 981. So this is actually their last hourly update for Nicole. So we're going to bring in our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, before we log off here in an hour or so, just to get, his perspective. And he's driving right now, but we do have official landfall of Hurricane Nicole just south of Vero Beach here early this morning. So let me give Matthew Capucci a quick call here. And, I could talk to Matt for hours. I really could. We just, we love talking about weather. Okay, so let's give him a call.
Well, hey there. Been watching the stream. It's going very well.
Thank you. We have an official landfall now, Matt, just south of Vero Beach. Yep. So, yeah, not sure where you're located, but I know you're driving, right?
Yeah, most definitely. So I'm on the northwestern side of the eye wall near Sebastian on Interstate 95. Just about to get, so I'm actually in the eye right now, just about to get back into the eye wall. I was seeing some pictures on social media of a small area near Vero Beach that apparently has some brief clearing inside the eye, which folks are reporting seeing a couple stars, the moon and everything. I have not seen any breaks in the overcast. It's misty right now. It's kind of a dirty eye, which seems to be rather typical of lower-end hurricanes, where you just don't have that punch of warm, dry air from above to sort of erode all the cloud cover in the eye and clear it out. But right now, yeah, I'm moving north at about 75 miles an hour, trying to get ahead of the main precip band. Obviously, that means I have to go through the eye wall, all the ugliness, but I'm hoping to get to Tybee Island in southeast Georgia by about lunchtime today to position for that tornado risk. But yeah, it's nice to see there's an official landfall. For anyone at home who's actually looking at the radar right now, it might not look like the center has actually officially crossed onto land, like the whole circle that is the eye. The middle of it's not on land yet, but within the eye, you have smaller eddies, smaller circulations, and the main vortex, which the National Weather Service can see with ultra-sensitive radar, and that we can kind of see too, appears to have just moved ashore near the community of Gifford, a little bit north of Vero Beach, where the clearing was reported. Between the social media reports and also, being able to see that little tiny extra mini twist, if you call it, on radar, tells us that the landfall did officially occur. So it may not look like it, but with ultra-sensitive radars, and Erica, I know you've seen mesovortices a million times before, we can kind of see that more tightly wound lobe of vorticity or spin within the eye, and things ashore.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And people saying in the comments, be safe, Matt, as you're driving there where close to where it made landfall. I did see that too on social media, the clearing of the eye. I was gonna ask you too if you saw that, but hopefully you'll see that maybe at some point. That'd be cool.
I'm about to exit the eye right now. I think it's kind of weird. And I had a similar experience during Ian, where a couple folks reported seeing the sun briefly poke out. Where I was, I didn't see it. And hurricane eyes tend to be a lot messier than oftentimes they look on radar, just because the radar being at several thousand feet above the ground. Much of the moisture carried by hurricanes is in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, within like 1,000 or 2,000 feet of the ground. And so, yeah, it might be clear upstairs near the surface. There's just so much low-level moisture trapped beneath an inversion or an increase in air temperature with height. That means you get all this mist and drizzle and fog and grunginess within like 2,000 feet of the ground, and that's kind of what I'm going through right now. I'm actually just about to re-enter the eye wall from the south, so I'm heading towards Palm Bay right now in the direction of Melbourne, and I already know it's going to get kind of gross once again as I head back into the ugliness. But yeah, it's been interesting. Both times I did not see the clearing within the eye, but it was close to still. We got winds down to about 5 or 10 miles per hour. A bit of mist that eventually lifted. One thing I did know was that the overcast, the ceiling seemed to get a little bit higher, like it was really trying to clear it, really wanted to, couldn't quite do it. But yeah, now I'm heading back north to position for tornadoes this afternoon.
Yeah, how interesting is that? To see the, that's something I've always said before, I would never, be out. I just can't be out in a hurricane. I know you're brave enough to do that in experience, but I could never do that. But that would be something that, would be really cool to see. Clearing, yeah.
Yeah, definitely like a weather bucket list item. Of course, for folks who aren't trained in this, who don't want to storm chaser, I've noticed that to be a hurricane. I don't blame them, because to get into the eye, you of course have to go through the eye wall, which is that donut of extreme winds surrounding a major hurricane eye. This is not a major hurricane. This is more of a high-end tropical storm, lower-end hurricane. But still, we've seen the impacts. Interestingly, where I am right now, the winds are beginning to pick back up out of the east. They're changing direction. Because remember, I was in the southern part of the eye where winds are out of the west. Now I'm crossing back north out of the eye on the northern side, so winds are out of the east because we have counterclockwise flow. And it's weird being able to be in an area that is mostly calm but surrounded by angry weather. I remember during Hurricane Ian, on one side of the bridge across Port Charlotte, it was nice and calm, and I was in the calm area. And we were getting light winds and mist or whatever. And by the time I got to the other end of the bridge, the winds picked up like that, abruptly, all of a sudden. And within about 5 minutes, I was having gusts back over 100 miles per hour again. So it's a very... Yeah, it's weird. I'm getting back into the eye wall again. It's very interesting how even in something as large as a hurricane, things can occur on such short little distances, showing that hurricanes can be a matter of feet rather than matter of miles to see where the biggest impact is.
So here's a question that somebody asked in the chat. Can you explain a bit into, I guess, the differences in pressure with the strength of a hurricane?
Yeah, most definitely. So a hurricane is like a giant sink drain. Imagine you had a sink. The deeper the bottom of the sink and the greater the slope of the sink, the more quickly the water would slosh towards the center. That's kind of the same thing with a hurricane. So air pressure is a measure of how much air, weight-wise, is over a given location. Lower air pressure means just kind of some air missing. More air pressure means you have a little bit of extra air. So high pressure occurs when you have extra air in one place. That air tends to sink. There tends to be a lot more extra weight that squashes any clouds and prevents, any inclement weather. So high pressure systems bring nice weather. When you have a low, that's usually because air is sort of missing towards the center of some larger system, a larger low pressure system, which induces a bit of a tug. It's like if there's, air missing, fluid missing, it's like that deeper sink drain. It's pulling air in from all other sides to try to fill in the void, and it just can't do it fast enough. And so you have air being evacuated up and out of the center. The air pressure drops, so meaning there's less weight because there's less air on top of you, and the winds tend to be stronger. The stronger the gradient, the change in air pressure at distance, that's kind of measuring the slope, so to speak, of the air pressure difference, or the slope of, the side of your sink. If you have a greater slope, the stronger the flow. So a greater slope, a greater change in air pressure at distance, high pressure to low pressure, the stronger the winds. Just like if you were sledding, if you have a steeper gradient, if you have a steeper hill, you're going to sled more quickly. Same thing with the winds. Imagine you're spinning your whatchamacallit, stirring your coffee in the morning. The faster you stir, the deeper that dip, that depression in the middle. If you stop spinning, that depression returns to equilibrium or kind of goes flat again. Hurricanes are very similar. The deeper that dip, the deeper that depression in the middle, the faster the winds. Now you might wonder, with a hurricane, why does that gradient not just fill in? It's because the air is revolving, it's being stirred. The air wants to slosh towards the middle, but it can't because the centrifugal force is kind of pushing it outwards just a little bit. The same reason why your coffee kind of bows up the edge of the coffee cup rather than just filling in towards the middle. So it's a rather simple concept once you can visualize it, but for folks at home, just know the lower the air pressure, the more missing air, the stronger that vacuum effect, and the stronger the winds.
You know, Matt, you're the only one I think that can give us such a great explanation at 3 a.m. in the morning. But he,
On no sleep, moreover.
yeah, exactly. They appreciate your analysis or your answering the question of that. And I'm seeing if there's any more questions. Matt can answer any weather question you have right on the spot. So if you guys have any questions for him, be sure to ask him while we have him. It's 3 a.m. Who knew we'd be talking about this stuff in November 10th, on November 10th. Somebody's saying they just got a tornado warning. I'm not seeing that here.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a tornado warning anywhere on my
Yeah,
radar. Of course,
I'm
that
not either.
dashboard.
Thanks, Joshua, for asking your question. Matthew Capucci can answer any weather question you got. He's one of the most passionate people I know, one of the most passionate meteorologists I know in the industry. So it's great to have him here live with me at 3 a.m. Answering these weather questions.
Good. It's I'm looking for that tornado warning. I think that was. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. I'm so sorry. So out the window right now, I just saw enormous power flashes. The entire sky was illuminated bright blue for about 3 or 4 seconds as transformers blew. And I'm actually entering the eye wall again near Palm Bay. So the winds have quickly resumed over the course of just the past 5 minutes. We're now getting gusts probably 30, 40 miles an hour, so near tropical storm force. But I can tell very shortly it'll be closer to 60 miles an hour. There's very heavy rain, an intense band between Seviera and Cape Canaveral right now. They're seeing gusts to about 70 miles per hour in that band. But anytime I see power flashes like that, that's a sign the winds are damaging electrical equipment, which is what I just witnessed off to my northeast. And again, that was right in the community of Palm Bay off Interstate 95. Even in my explanation just now, that the winds are really coming back. So, Erica, we were talking earlier on how the edge of the eye wall is a weird place where you go from near calm to sudden, chaotic conditions within the eye wall, that donut of wind surrounding the eye. And that's definitely the case. The northern eye wall has really solidified over the past little while, too. It's only about 10 miles thick, but Vieira, Rockledge, Cape Canaveral, Titusville, the Space Coast, a little bit north of Melbourne, that's where the heaviest rain is falling, but also that's helping to mix down momentum aloft, helping to mix down those strong winds. And so I think some of the strongest gusts are probably ongoing right now over the 95 corridor, a little bit north of Melbourne.
Yeah, no surprise. And I was looking at the power outages when you said that. So Brevard County is that area you were talking about. They have about 21,000 customers without power, 62,000 customers right now. So those numbers are increasing really fast. And, obviously with what you said, due to the winds that are increasing over that area. So definitely not a surprise. I know a lot of people in the chat saying the winds were going crazy there, and maybe even some power outages in that area. Matt, this is just a really random question that somebody asked, but I don't even know if you drink coffee. So he's like, he's had too much coffee.
I had a sip of coffee back when I was about 5 years old, and I didn't like it, and so I figured I'd try again. I tried again in college, one sip of coffee, and I hated it both times. And I don't know, I feel like if I had coffee, that would be dangerous for the world. I feel like I'd be bouncing off the walls. I always figured that if I got to the point in life where I needed to have coffee to start my day, I was doing something wrong, and I'd have to switch industry. So I found an industry where I love waking up in the morning. Or on nights like tonight where I don't sleep, So, Eric, I know you're not sleeping either. Kudos to you for pulling through, and I know you've been going for like 3 hours. But, hey, we're meteorologists. We do what we got to do. This is when we're needed the most.
Yeah, and I feel like if you had coffee, you'd take over the world. So here's another question for you. So somebody was asking, why can't we break up hurricanes before they form? Like how hurricanes weaken over land. I guess the question is, why do they weaken when they go into land?
That's a good question. Okay, imagine you have a giant. So why can't we break up hurricanes? There have been people in the past who said, let's just nuke them, which sounds, it sounds funny, but it's a legitimate question. So I do want to answer that, because why can't we just break up a hurricane? Why can't we bomb a hurricane over the middle of the open ocean? The reason is because hurricanes contain an inordinate amount of energy. trying to drop a nuke on a hurricane would be like trying to launch a bottle rocket into a tornado. It just, the orders of magnitude. The difference with the hurricane is that energy isn't as explosive. In other words, it's not one giant detonation like an atomic bomb, but hurricanes release what we call latent heat. So a thermal energy trapped in liquid when it becomes a gas, and that exacerbates the heating of the atmosphere even further and helps plumes of air to become buoyant and rise and ascend to the atmosphere even further, etc. And so hurricanes contain an exceptional amount of latent heat, and that's really what drives the just how much energy it churns through. You can do the math, and I don't have the math on me right now, but all the hurricanes that we get in the northern hemisphere, I believe, transport about 1/15 of all equator to polar heat transport. In other words, hurricanes and tropical storms are responsible for about 5, 6, 7% of that. And so when you think about how much energy that is, that literally heats most of the northern hemisphere, 5, 6% of that, you'd need tens of thousands of atomic bombs to make a difference, and so it wouldn't happen. So as for why hurricanes weaken when they move ashore, that's because they're losing their heat source, the source of all that energy. Hurricanes are heat engines, just like in your car, just like in whatever. So they're extracting thermal energy from warm ocean waters, usually about 82 degrees warm or warmer. When you have a strong hurricane, it can leave the ocean 4 or 5 degrees cooler in its wake and upwell chillier waters from below than it had preceding it. And so hurricanes are incredibly efficient at extracting that thermal energy, and there's just so much of it in the oceans. And so that's the reason why when hurricanes move ashore, they tend to quickly weaken. The exception, of course, is if an area has a lot of rainfall and it's a decently warm rain ahead of time, and it's like swampy marshland, so like in Louisiana, the bayous, or in South Florida, like the Everglades. Hurricane Andrew, for example, actually maintained its strength back in 1992, or may have slightly intensified acutely, just a little bit on the backside, due to something called the brown ocean effect. Hurricane Erin, which actually was a tropical storm, over Oklahoma intensified thanks to the brown ocean effect, because it literally thought Oklahoma, because it had so much rain ahead of it, was still the ocean. And it tried extracting thermal energy from rainwater that had already fallen on warm grounds. So it doesn't always weaken when it comes ashore. Usually it does, but it's all about having a place to extract that heat flux. One thing I'll note right now, by the way, I'm passing Melbourne near Satellite Beach, and I'm seeing a lot of vegetation in the roadway. So they clearly have seen some strong winds here, likely gusting 60, 70 miles per hour. Where I am on the highway, probably closer to 50 or 60. The winds are resuming. The biggest band is a little bit north of the area in the direction of Rockledge. I'll be there in the next 15-ish minutes, and I'm already anticipating conditions to be kind of meriting of me white-knuckling it, so it'll get rough ahead. But for the time being, I'm entering the northwestern eye wall again, and, once you're out of the eye, conditions get worse. So, Erica, for those at home, TLDR, don't nuke hurricanes.
Yeah.
Please.
Everybody's loving when you said that. I think you made people chuckle, and sometimes it's good to have that, especially during scary situations like this with a hurricane. But great explanation. I love your explanation of answering that question, and people in the comments definitely love it.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, it's all about. I had a great chemistry teacher back in my third year of college, and we actually had to do that as a problem. And I forget the answer, but it would take something like 2,000, 3,000 atomic bombs, the equivalent of like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, to make a dent on a hurricane, a well-formed hurricane. And you just, the damage that would cause would be extreme. You'd just never be able to do it. So, but it's a good question, and I really do love when folks ask these kind of questions. It shows they're thinking critically, they're pondering good science questions. So any questions, seriously, folks, if you're at home and you have questions, no questions too silly, no questions too random. We're here to educate, inform, inspire, and that includes teaching.
And it's, even this proves it. At 3 a.m., we are willing to answer questions, and Capucci can answer any question around the clock, even at 3 a.m., as he's driving in a storm. So you're the best multitasker. Giving us updates in the field, I really do appreciate. And everybody is loving you in the comments. He's a very smart, he is a very fun guy. the most weather encyclopedia for sure. And you know, seeing stuff on the ground there, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I apologize for my oohing a moment ago, but we're getting a really abrupt return of winds now sustained at about 45, almost 50 miles per hour out of the east. I'm near Satellite Beach, so I'm still about probably 9 or 10 miles inland, but the gusts are very frequent, and the winds are sustained at tropical storm force. And I'm not even the worst of it. I have like 7 more miles to go before I get to the worst of it. You know, one interesting thing about hurricanes, and this might be a bit of an aside, but let's do it. Hurricanes involve what we call warm rain processes. So the water droplets tend to be a lot smaller than the bigger droplets you'd see from like melting hail in a thunderstorm, because you just don't have cold air in hurricanes. Even aloft, it's not really cold, so you don't get that melting hail. It's primarily just small water droplets. That's why you never really hear like a frequent downpour noise on your windows during a hurricane. Instead, it's more just like a constant, not pitter patter's not the right word, but it's like a constant spray. Oh, that was a good gust, about 60 miles an hour. That moved me over a little bit. But because of that, hurricanes, because of all the fine droplets and how moist hurricanes are, they have very high precipitation efficiency. What that means is that the entire column of the atmosphere is so saturated, you're not really having any of the water droplet evaporate on the way down. During an ordinary thunderstorm, you might lose 30-40% of the water droplets mass on the way down, falling from the cloud, because it's evaporating. You only have like 10 to 15% of that evaporating during a hurricane, if that. So hurricanes have very high precipitation efficiency. Now, let's go on a real aside, a real tangent. There's a really cool field of study called tempestology, where researchers can actually go back thousands of years looking at sediment samples and looking at like cave stalactites and stalagmites for isotopes, essentially types of water that may contain more or fewer, I believe, neutrons that may be a little heavier. And as a result, they can determine how efficient the precipitation process that gave rise to them was, based on the ratio of how much heavy water to light water there was. And subsequently, they can say, hey, 475 years ago, we're seeing a signal of there having been a strong, efficient rainstorm like the hurricane. So that's how we can try to piece together 500,000, 10,000 years ago, the relative frequency of hurricanes, big hurricane events, based on precipitation efficiency. So that's a long aside. I know it's 3:23 in the morning, but we'll do some learning as we're driving down the highway.
We need you to do this more often, Matt. No, I love your insight. Very informative stuff. And, I'm telling you, people in the comments love this stuff. They're up with us at 3 a.m. So we appreciate everybody chatting here in the comments, being up with us here as, Hurricane Nicole has made landfall. I'm not seeing any other questions, but guys, if you have any questions for Matt while we have him, he can answer any question that you guys have.
And honestly, I'm loving this too, because, ordinarily when I drive long distance, it's rather boring. When you're playing a one-man game of I Spy, there's not much to spy. And, it's very nice that you're answering these questions, having folks keep me company as I'm driving northbound. It definitely takes the pressure off driving. Conditions really are deteriorating where I am right now. I'm firmly out of the eye. The eye is soon to directly pass over 95 to my south. So Wabasso, Guilford, Vero Beach South, Sebastian, Beaufort Bay, you guys are seeing a bit of mist, but you're in the eye. But in the direction of like the air to Rockledge, Cape Canaveral, and Titusville, you guys are the worst of it right now. You're seeing the rainfall rates briefly topping an inch and a half per hour with the high precipitation efficiency, and the gusts likely in the order of 60 or 70 miles per hour. The northern eyewall, Erica, really has solidified. I don't want to use the term quite nicely, but from a scientific standpoint, it's a solid, meaty band. It's mixing down some strong winds.
Yeah, seeing that on satellite as well, all the rain that's coming into that area. And weren't you just in Satellite Beach? Somebody was asking about the conditions there. If you were listening in, Matthew Capucci is there right now, and that's where he was reporting from, is in Brevard County there. A random question for you.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm in Satellite Beach right now, and I can tell you there are sustained winds at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall coming down, and visibilities are down to about a quarter to maybe a third of a mile in the heavy rain, if that. And I know it's going to get worse in the next 10-ish miles driving northbound. But, yeah, so Satellite Beach, you guys are just, you're a little bit too far north. You're going to miss out on the eye. You're going to miss out on that little break. And, Erica, I think one thing we should mention, too, the eye, even though there's some dry air on the backside and the south side that makes it so that the second side of the storm won't be as bad, if you're in the eye, that doesn't mean the storm's over. It means you still have kind of the backside to go through. So that doesn't mean, go out, frolic about merrily through the fields, picking dandelions or whatever folks do at 3:26 in the morning. It means, still take it seriously, hunker down, don't hit the roads yet, don't start picking up tree limbs or whatever else is in your yard. Give it until, I'd say, midday tomorrow. That's when things will finally wind down here in south central Florida, Brevard County southwards. But the eye is just a pause. It will resume afterwards, albeit perhaps not quite as intense.
Yeah, I think that's very important, especially to area, because I know being in the eye, nothing's happening, and people maybe are, they think they can venture out during this sort of break, but like you said, conditions will continue over that area here over the next several hours. So let's see if we have any more questions in the chat.
What I always recommend folks do during the eye, if you have a few minutes and you're in the eye, maybe go out, briefly inspect your property, take stock of what's going on, see if you have any trees that are looking really vulnerable, and then consider relocating where your shelter location is in your home if you have trees that are nearby that could fall. Because remember, after the eye, the winds completely switch direction. They pull a switcheroo, they pull a 180. And so if you were in a safe part of your home before that was out of the reach of trees, maybe that's not the case. Reevaluate, make sure you're in a safe place for this second round.
Yeah, very, very good information there, Matt. So I'm not seeing any more questions for you. I know you can answer any question. Let's see. Getting an update here on the chat. Man, I'm so surprised a lot of you guys are joining us. I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but a lot of you guys are concerned for this storm. So it's good to see that your questions are coming in. Let's see. Interesting question. Somebody's asking if you can have two hurricanes at the same time. I don't know if that's specific to Florida, but in general.
So we can answer that a couple ways. So hurricanes can hit the same location twice. Back with Patricia and Ada, I'm sorry, not Patricia. There were two, they were both Greek names. Not Ada and Iota. Was it Ada and Iota? I think it was. In 2020, Ada and Iota both hit the same location in Honduras within 2 weeks at Category 4 strength. Like literally, the eye made landfall only 9 miles distant from one another. So you can have two storms over a short time span temporally. As for geographically, how close can hurricanes get? Well, here's the thing. When you have two hurricanes, they get close. Remember, they're spinning counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Both start to feel each other. They kind of get close to each other and say, hey, something's going on. They feel each other's outer circulation. They feel each other's exhaust at the upper levels. And they start orbiting one another. And almost like two gears that are kind of interlocking, dancing around one another. And this elegant dance is called the Fujiwara effect. Eventually, that might last up to about 72 hours. Eventually, one of the storms will swallow the vorticity or the spin of the other and kind of cannibalize all its moisture. Sometimes it grows stronger. Sometimes that causes both to be disrupted and to die away. An example just occurred a couple years ago with Dawn and Hillary in the Pacific, which was auspiciously timed around the height of political discourse in the United States, which is kind of ironic to have Dawn and Hillary dancing together. But in nature, the atmosphere doesn't care who dances with who. Everyone's friends in the atmosphere. But no, it goes to show you that the Fujiwara effect does happen. Interestingly enough, in recent years, we're finding that the Fujiwara effect also takes place with tornadoes. On April 13, 2020, in the lowlands of South Carolina, we actually saw several tornadoes, 3 within about 11 miles, 2 of which underwent the Fujiwara effect and danced around one another, one completely being pulled ahead of to the north or left of the other, kind of being slingshotted around it. So the Fujiwara effect is a fascinating example of physics in action, and it also occurs with many things. We see a similar a similar thing with black holes too in space. So yeah, you can't have two hurricanes at the same time near each other, but they won't last long as hurricanes together.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm reading the comments here. Let's see. A lot of questions coming in, mostly about the forecast, which we will go over here before we end the live stream. Somebody
I'm
asking.
getting some gnarly winds of like 60 plus miles an hour now. It's getting real rough.
Let's see. Somebody asking if you could ever see a hurricane stronger than a Category 5.
Well, here's the thing. So the demarcations for each category is what, like 20 miles an hour? In other words, like each category I think is like 20 miles per hour stick. So like a Category 1 goes from like 74 to 95 or something like that. But Category 5 starts at 157 and is the last category, so 157 plus. You certainly can have storms that would be the equivalent of a Category 6 if a Category 6 existed. You just have to have winds over like 178, 180 miles an hour roughly. That has happened before. Dorian had winds similar. We've seen a number of storms that have been near that intense. It's especially common in the Pacific. The Pacific storms tend to be a little bit larger, like 30% larger. They also have stronger winds in general, and the Pacific water temperatures are just much warmer, and the Pacific is bigger to begin with than the Atlantic, so you have more room for storms to kind of gallop, so to speak. But yeah, you can have the equivalent of a Category 6 if that category existed. It's just like saying you have an F6 tornado. Well, I mean, theoretically, you can have a tornado stronger than what would otherwise have been the ceiling of Category 5 or F5. The difference is that we just, we don't have a ceiling on that category.
Let's see. So not seeing too many more questions here, Matt. So I think, well, I want you to stay safe in the storm. Before we wrap up this live stream, we're nearing here 4 a.m. Wow. And thank you to all you guys who are commenting. I know you're loving Matt Capucci's insight. And you can find him on Twitter if you have any questions after we end this live stream. He is so great at answering questions. I know you're very active on social media, Matt. And of course, he'll be active here throughout the rest of the morning and into the afternoon as you're going to continue to chase Hurricane Nicole. I guess just give us one final update on what's going on there, what you're seeing now, and where you're at, because a lot of people keep asking where exactly you're located.
So right now I'm in Rockledge, heading in the direction of Fort St. John on 95, a little bit west of Cape Canaveral, so on the Space Coast, and I'm getting into that really thick band that is on the north side of the eye wall, and I'm getting gusts probably in the order of, say, 55-ish miles per hour, maybe 60. The vehicle is being moved back and forth, and it's tough. It's like trying to land a plane in strong crosswinds because it's not just one constant thing, so it's not like you can adjust for it when you drive, like, oh, there we go. There's one. That just moved me about a foot and a half to the left or to the west. It's tough because when these gusts come in, they're so sudden that you can't sort of brace for it or prepare for it ahead of time or compensate when you drive, which is why we urge folks to not be on the roadways. But, conditions are quite lousy right now, and I'm just trying to sort of get through the worst of it such that I can position north of all this nastiness and cover tornado potential later on today. First from perhaps Jacksonville, then later from Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah, definitely a long morning coming for even us here. We're in Orlando, Central Florida, so you're kind of just to the west of us, or to the east of us, I should say, right now. But we're
out the window for you.
Yeah, we're anticipating the impacts of this as well here, and then where Matt is going across North Florida, and then eventually Georgia. But Matt, I'll let you go. Please stay safe. I can't wait to see what you see on the ground there and the updates that you're going to give us the rest of the morning. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap this live stream. And guys, if you have any questions for him, you can find him on social media. DM us if you're watching us on YouTube or even Twitter there. Wherever you're watching us, Facebook, send us your question if you have any questions. And we're going to wrap this up here soon. But I'm going to give you a quick forecast update before we end this. And then follow us on social media to follow us on there. Matt, I don't know if you have anything else that you want to talk about before we kind of log off here.
Just an enormous thank you to everyone who has stuck around, who has asked some great questions tonight, who has hung out with us. We know that we don't like hurricanes. We're sick of them too. It's November, but ultimately the fact that so many folks are staying tuned to this critical information is exactly what we love to see. And kudos to you as well. You have been absolutely killing it tonight. I can't imagine hosting a 4 or 5 hour stream as you did, but it shows your commitment to keeping folks safe. So amazing job to you as well.
Thank you, Matt. And of course, amazing job to you being out in the field. I could never do it. I know I'm a meteorologist, but hurricanes are just, I'm a new Floridian, so that's something I've never experienced before. But definitely for the experts like you, keeping us safe, even us here and, people watching us. So I really do appreciate the hard work you give us here. And with your great analysis, being able to answer any question that people have. I know it's helping calm a lot of nerves here. Heading into these early morning hours for sure. But let's take a look and walk you through the forecast here over the next several hours before we wrap it up here. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to send them in the chat. But let's take you through the next several hours and then we'll end the stream here. So let's take a quick look at the rainfall potential here over the next several hours. And as you can see over the next several days, it's going to start to increase across portions of the southeast and even central Florida, 5 to 7 inches of rainfall possible here. This also was going to increase river flooding across the St. Johns River there, stretching into Jacksonville, and even Orlando, and even on the west side there of the west coast there of Florida. Wind gust, already seeing hurricane force winds across the East Coast and even the central East Coast of Florida, where our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is driving through. He was reporting some pretty strong wind gusts there as he's driving through this area right now, and he's going to give us some more images on the ground there throughout the next several hours here. So anticipate tropical storm force winds from Orlando, Daytona, and even possibly Jacksonville here over the next several hours. And then take a look at these current wind speeds. 50-mile-per-hour winds, even maybe potentially higher already coming into the East Coast and even central Florida there. And then the forecasted wind gust here. So this is the maximum winds that you could potentially see in your area. Doesn't mean you'll exactly see these winds, but be prepared for these type of winds. And you can see increasing, especially across central Florida, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible across Cape Canaveral, Melbourne. And as you can see, the winds are still pretty gusty just to the south of the storm from Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, and Fort Pierce. So those winds will continue at least through the morning hours. And then as we head into afternoon Thursday, you can see some of those winds across portions of Gainesville and even Jacksonville as the storm system passes through those areas on the Florida west coast there. Tampa, you also have the potential of seeing these gusty winds at least through the morning and evening hours there on Thursday. Potential storm surge, this has not changed. We're going to anticipate that 3 to 5 feet of storm surge possible across Florida's west coast just because of the alignment with high tide there. So definitely something that we're keeping in mind across those regions. And then take a look at the severe weather risk. So this is what our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is eyeing here for the afternoon from Jacksonville, the Savannah, Georgia, all the way into South Carolina and North Carolina into the next several hours. So definitely impactful weather with those quick spin ups, especially with what is left of Hurricane Nicole. Could be a tropical storm by then as it heads into portions of the southeast. And that severe weather risk continues into the mid-Atlantic, possibly into portions of the northeast heading into Friday. So be prepared for severe weather. Of course, those quick spin ups definitely possible. Know what to do when you're under a tornado warning. Go into the most interior portion of your home. If you have a basement, that's the best area to seek shelter during a tornado warning. So let's walk you through the next several hours. I know a lot of questions about what's going to happen here. So over the next hour or so, a lot of that rainfall is increasing in Orlando, even across the Space Coast here. And then as we play this out, so some of those outer bands there, that's where we have the potential of seeing water spouts and even those quick spin ups and heading into the next several hours. And take a look at this. So as this comes over Florida's west coast here, we're not anticipating this to re-strengthen. It's going to stay tropical storm force heading into even the west coast here. And then as it comes back inland into portions of Georgia, it'll definitely start to weaken significantly even more into Georgia and even portions of the Carolinas and the Carolinas and even North Carolina and South Carolina there. As you can see, that wide area of rain coming into the Midwest and even the Northeast as we head into Friday afternoon, and then eventually into the northern New England area for the weekend. So if a lot of you live up there, maybe have family members, it's raining up there, it is because of what's left of Nicole. So Nicole really affecting a large population in the Florida East Coast. So definitely a lot to pack in here over the next several hours. So just be prepared for wind. As we end the stream here, wind, rainfall, storm surge if you live along Florida's east coast there, and even a lot of that rainfall coming into portions of Central Florida and Florida's north coast. So keep up to date with us. We're going to be on social media 24/7. If you don't follow us on there, maybe you found us through YouTube or you just happen to stop by and you see our stream here, make sure to subscribe, give us a big thumbs up. It really does help our YouTube channel a lot. Don't forget to leave your comments in the section below. And of course, you can see all of our social media platforms up there. If you speak Spanish, have family members speak Spanish, I'm trying to keep up to date with those social media channels as well, giving updates in Spanish throughout the rest of your day today as well. So follow us on there. Share this information with your family. It could be life-saving as well. We'll see you back here in the next one. We'll see you on social media. So keep up to date with us on there. Send us your questions if you have any questions. DM us. You can always find me on Twitter, Facebook, even Instagram, and our meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's very active on social media as well, giving you updates from the field throughout the rest of the morning today. So you guys stay safe, and thank you so much for keeping us, staying up with us here on this early morning hour, closing in on the 4 o'clock hour here, Eastern Standard Time. So stay safe, and we really do appreciate each and every one of you sending us your questions and tuning in tonight. So stay safe, and we'll see you back here later on.